Welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic. I'm Lucky. And we got Steve over there.
What up? Peaches says hey.
And with us tonight, super excited to have CKYRANTS back on the show. We're both like eating before we're on screen.
Appropriate.
Look at the cool background that Steve made for me. Do you see this?
Yeah, that's something else. It's pretty awesome. Coronavirus.
And there's Peaches being Peaches. Oh, God, he's such an ass sometimes. He is. He's very, very. We already got the label, you know, like when you put it in your description at all on YouTube, they immediately put that like, oh, yeah, well, here's a link to the CDC and what they say.
Yeah, which they change their mind every 2 seconds anyway. So
I know. Like, so how many videos do you think that they should have to go back to now and reinstate?
Why do they have a YouTube channel? Because I sure don't. Isn't that funny?
I know they took your YouTube away.
They zapped me. Oh, yeah. They zapped me. It's okay.
It's so fucked up.
We will win this. We will win this. It's all okay.
Swine.
Heartless swine. You better be careful with that background artwork there. That might be a strike.
It might be a strike. That
just by
resembles
itself.
the virus just a little too closely.
I know, right? So like we had to do a thing with StreamYard before we came on, and so we didn't set it up for like Rumble and Odyssey. And I'm like, yeah, so let's just do the top 3 that will censor us. We got YouTube tonight, we got Twitch, and we got Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, we'll just go for that. We'll start there. Let's test these waters.
Oh boy.
I don't know what we gonna do. I mean,
Be careful.
so like everything started with me. It was yesterday, right? That I texted you. I had to talk to my neighbor, and I had to, and you know, I knew for a while that they had, you know, gotten the shots, and I brought up, you know, like a little bit, tested the waters to kind of see like where their knowledge base was, and you know, brought up like, oh yeah, well, you know, like there's a lot of people getting sick with this. There's, you know, there's people that are getting cancers with this, and there's, you know, like these things are happening that are factual, that are based in reality, that I can, you know, I can give, you know, alleged mountains of proof. Allegedly. And I was just like, wow, I felt like I was put in a position where, I mean, I could have not said anything about it at all, or I could share that information that I did have with them and hope that they would receive it.
Yeah.
And, you know, they did. They you know, they heard what I said. And what are you doing? Steve's messing with the computer. You can't see him, but oh, the volume's not all the way up. Okay. You know, so that whole conversation like triggered me to message you and be like, hey, like we need to talk about this, because I mean, like, I have a way to broach things where I can do that, but that's just not in everybody's wheelhouse to be able to just, hey, like, people getting sick from this, like you weren't aware of it at all. It's not me that did it. I shouldn't be the one who has to tell anybody, but I feel like an obligation to, you know what I mean, to people, and
at least share information. Like that's the issue, is trying to share information with people who are ill prepared to receive it.
Well, it's not really like we shouldn't have to. We're not the ones who are doing this. We shouldn't be the ones who have to like bear that weight of, you know, like it came up because I just lost my grandfather, my last living, like, grandparent, the other day. And he was, he had COVID and it was against his wishes, but they vented him at the place. Yeah. They put him on a ventilator and then he died within like days of it. So, and it was against his wishes, so it's like that, like, completely just like triggered me to like, just, in that moment, just say that, like, say like, and I don't know his status of all of his medical stuff, but it triggered me to like say like, yeah, and what's happening with this. And, it led to the conversation about, what's happening with the vaccines.
Yeah. Was it made clear to the hospital staff that he didn't want to vent?
As far as I am aware. Yeah,
Because,
I have to have some more conversation with my cousin about it because she's in the medical field. It's actually out in Washington State. So it's not like I was, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't, most of my family, like my blood family is, pretty far away from me. So
yeah,
I wasn't there, but from what I was made clear from, my mom, that's her dad, that was the case. And then my cousin also said that too. So I was like, well, I thought he didn't want to be on a ventilator.
Right. When you say you don't want certain procedures, certain medications, they're supposed to honor that.
Yeah.
I know when it comes to vaccines or transfections or whatever we want to call these things, that kind of goes out the window. And that's due to a lot of legislation changes in the last 20 years. Thanks, Bush and Obama and all you fun guys. But yeah, even with something like a ventilator, like if you say, hey, I don't want to do this, they should honor that wish.
They absolutely should. Yeah.
And that's legally binding. I mean, like you could sue. But I keep hearing these stories. I keep hearing these stories of, families trying to advocate for their, parent or whoever's in the hospital. And early on in COVID, you couldn't even get into the COVID wings, right? They wouldn't let family members in. So there was no one to advocate for these people. So you had certain nurses that were like, people are dying in here and there's no one to advocate for them. And I'm trying to speak up and they won't let me. And we heard a lot of those stories early on in COVID, especially here in New York City. It was an early epicenter for COVID. And like nurse Nicole Sorotek, she is pretty well known for the work that she did here. She came in to help out here in Queens, New York. And she was like, we're murdering people. We're literally murdering people. And I try to help and they keep moving me. So it's scary. It's scary. It's scary that it's still happening too.
They're getting paid for it. Like the hospitals and them they're making bank.
I mean, CMS literally incentivizes murder.
They're going to say, well, he was 88, so he was past life expectancy, and and I didn't say he died of COVID because I don't think he died of COVID. I think that he died of complications along with a lot of other issues. He's older, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's past our life expectancy that we are like, in the United States right now, that he lives past it. So I think that they're kind of like outweighing the fact that like most people probably won't sue because they're so upset about their loved one being taken from them or whatever, or it gets complicated when it comes to family members.
It's also expensive. It's also expensive to sue. Not everyone has the money to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. And then
there's a lot of parallels too, like Lady Alex just mentioned. It was like the COVID thing was very similar to how the AIDS wings were set up in hospitals in the 80s, and like you can't enter this space because it's so harmful and so deadly, and you know what I mean. Like there's a lot of that fucking weird like
fear mongering,
for lack of a better term. Yeah, just full on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of parallels to AIDS and COVID if you really go back and do the research and learn the history of these two events.
Mm-hmm.
AIDS was this very, uncertain time. A lot of people were scared, and they were just making up the science as they went. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, they made up the science as they went, kind of like what we just experienced for the last 2.5 years. They made up the science as they went, and whatever was convenient for their narrative at any given time, that is the narrative that, that's the information that you received. And they even did the mask thing with AIDS. They actually had posters back in the 80s saying, "Oh, with like the whole family wearing masks," and that didn't really catch on. That didn't really catch on, but they did the mask thing. They kind of teased that idea back in the 80s. They sure did. And
who was behind that? Can you remind me?
Good old Fauci. Again, he's a front man for this whole establishment.
Yes.
It's just,
they call him the face.
He's the face.
The face Fauci.
I mean, yeah, he's just a mascot. He's, it's much deeper than Fauci.
Oh yeah.
But he was there. I mean, he's basically their fall guy. I mean, that's basically what he is. And
if the dam breaks, he's gonna burn. That's
right.
It. He'll drown first. And
then with COVID, we have two potential fall guys. We have Fauci, who's now retiring. I think because he knows shit's about to hit the fan. Excuse my French. But you've seen how they've kind of pivoted towards Trump, right?
Yeah,
lately.
It's always from the jump. It's been about
yeah.
being able to double down and back it up. Well, you guys wanted Trump's vaccines. I can't believe you all took Trump's vaccine.
Yeah, they're
terrible.
They're turning it. They're turning it. They're
spinning that so hard.
What's happening with this bird? He's like right here, and he has to like scream. I don't know what his problem is. Stop it! No, I don't like that.
All right, the bird is a peckerhead. Anthony Fauci. Let's see. Anthony Fauci's a peckerhead. Donald Trump's a peckerhead.
All
Peaches is to a lesser degree a feathered
peckerhead.
All right, I think we're caught up.
But
Salty, what's up? Hey, I want to say hi to all the people. There's a whole bunch of people. Look at all the people.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm putting their comments up on the screen too.
All
I know
right.
we jumped into it because I was running late and I felt bad.
Because let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, I know.
But welcome everyone. It's so good to see you.
Yes, it's good to see everybody.
Always.
There's more people coming in.
The snow leopard got some killer bud.
Right on.
Yay.
Nice. Rock and
Smoke
roll.
them if you got them, people.
So I feel like I was like ill prepared to know, like, like for most things I have a way I can approach, most things. When you talk about imperialism or war or whatever, I mean, there's always like, it's been around, and it doesn't, this is affecting like people's bodies directly medically,
Yeah.
So I'm telling them like, there's great risks and things that are coming out about this. And I'm like, where is the burden of the medical community to come out and say, hey, like this is happening? No, they've put it on the people, all the people that know the truth. They've left it for us to deal with.
Yeah, I've really thought about this a lot lately because, in the beginning there was not much to know. That there was no information yet. When COVID first happened, we didn't know what was happening, right? We didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, a lot of speculation.
When the shots rolled out, there was we didn't have access to any of the data. It was all being kept from us, and they were just saying safe and effective, and that's kind of what the majority of the people who got the shots went off of, because that's the information they had, right? Very few actually did any real digging, because even if you did dig, you weren't going to find much.
Right.
In the beginning. Safe and effective,
it was
right?
really hard. Yeah, it was super, like, they just pulled the wool over everybody's eyes. It's like, if you didn't have like any kind of skepticism, enough skepticism to say, wait a minute here, whoa.
Yeah.
Or your jobs were coercing people and almost forcing them. It's like, oh, either do this or
lots of people were
become homeless,
sure.
because you don't have a job anymore. You can't go to the grocery store, like.
Yeah.
And we're not here to blame anybody that took the shots or
No.
It's just a matter of how do we communicate about them? Like, where do we even begin?
Yeah, I hadn't spoken to a couple of friends who were like they were eager and championing the whole get the boop thing, and you know, on their Facebook banners, like, I have a healthy distrust of the government, but I'm double vaccinated or whatever, like whatever the fucking stupid catchphrase thing was.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys, that doesn't fucking, you know, like ring weird for you. Like you think about what that says in just that sentence that you're proudly displaying. And, you know, recently, like within the last couple of weeks, I talked to that same person I'm thinking of. And he was like, what are you talking about? Because I was like, dude, have you been following all like the football players and tennis stars and all the actresses and celebrities and just people of note? Just
stay with my neighbor.
Kind of falling out all over the fucking place.
No idea.
Like left and right. And he's like, nah.
No clue.
About? I'm like, dude, this is a real thing that's occurring. Like people, this is really happening.
Like people are still really in the dark.
In their prime. And he's like, nah, that's not true. And he's just like, distanced himself from me so I wouldn't talk to him about it any further. Like, okay.
Yeah. And then
like,
I had a completely
communicate with these people. Like that's
and I had a completely different reaction when I talked to somebody, and I talked to her face to face. So maybe that's the difference, is that I talked face to face, or, you know, it's just someone's willingness to accept it or whatever. But we're like, you know, we're kind of put in this position still where we know truth about what's happened. There's evidence of it and like everything else. And it's like, so now, you know, information's come out, and I thought that people I thought people were catching up a little bit. Even the people that don't watch mainstream media, right? Because there's people that just like don't watch the news. They just don't digest any news. They just hear what they hear from friends or whatever, and they just are not involved because it's too much. It's too overwhelming for them.
Sure.
So they're not getting any information.
I think it's important for all of us to consider and talk about how do we have these discussions? How can we make this like less painful for people who are unwilling to just accept, you know, certain facts that are true, and without, you know what I mean, without like getting off the topic. Like, you know, it's not like you're telling people this to say, oh, gotcha. You know, it's like, oh, you know, that this is a thing that you should be concerned about because these things are happening. You know what I mean? In that respect, more than just presenting it with like, oh, you're a dumbass because you did this thing. You know, like, no, I'm not trying to approach it in that way. I want to I want to communicate with people, not like push them away, and be like, you know, hey man, these things have proven more and more, the more they study them, the worse they look on paper. It's looking pretty bad, you know, some of this research. And you know what I mean? At least have that much of an honest conversation with somebody is fucking supremely important at this point before they fucking try to do it again and dupe everyone again.
Yeah, I think the first major concern is, you know, we have another campaign coming out this fall, and this one could be like the worst one yet. We're looking at bivalent vaccines where they're just like mixing and matching like strains of this shit in one jab, and you know, like it's not gonna end well. The last ones didn't do well. This one where they're mixing and matching, it's not gonna do well. And it's not designed to do well, in my opinion. I feel like these were never meant to do well, because it's just junk science. It's completely bizarro. They're just rolling out new technology on people, knowing that it's hurting people. So there is a nefarious plot here. What their end game is it's scary to think about. But the more we continue to just go along with what they're doing, the more it's gonna just happen, and we're just gonna kill ourselves. We're literally gonna kill ourselves. So we do have to wake people up. People need to get on the same page. We are very divided still. People don't want to think the last 2.5 years was the biggest, craziest plot in the world's ever seen, but it's totally the craziest, biggest plot the world's ever seen, I think.
Right.
It just is. You saw like the whole world in lockstep, you know, with doing these horrible protocols. Yeah. Hospital protocols.
Well, you know, 98% of the world, what the smart countries just said, you know, fuck you guys. And they were like, no, we're not going to lock down. We're not going to do any of that because go fuck yourself. I like being able to walk around outside and you know, be able to not wear masks everywhere I go and look like an idiot. And they just didn't.
Yeah.
And we wore masks at first, and we wiped our shit down, and
Yeah,
like
we
we
did.
wore gloves in the
We
fucking
were
store.
obsessive
Like
compulsive
we completely
first.
did at first. Like, and it took us time. So we're not coming at this like, oh, we just knew the whole, you know what I mean? Like we woke up to it really pretty quickly, I would think. But like,
Yeah,
but
there was a few solid months there where we were fucking just as fucking gullible as anybody who was watching Fox News.
So don't think that we're like we're up on some high horse or something, you know.
I'm not trying to stand here and be like, oh well, it didn't work on me.
No, I mean I
bought that shit at first. This sounds like the scariest thing ever because they said all the key words. They said all the scary things that make you hide under your desk. They said nukes, right?
They said the things.
They program us, bro. That's it. You know, they just indoctrinate us over and over with these impulse-driven fucking fearscapes. You know, like you do this and you'll be scared of that, so you're gonna react this way.
I mean, maybe that's what they were. That's all the other people. Pandemic, like all the other things were like, you know, in 2003, you know, like 2002, 2003, when we had the SARS stuff happened, they were just priming us. They were just getting us ready. So like this
album dropped.
That was
that was the single. That was the fucking EP right there.
I do think these are all maybe not all of them, but many of those events that you saw leading up to COVID were like test runs. I really do. Because while they were doing all these, like, while like SARS-1 was happening, while MERS was happening, while Zika was happening, while all of these things were happening, they were doing all of these pandemic simulations at the same time. And did they get any better at fixing things or solving problems? No. They were spending all this money on simulations and doing the theater and getting all these world leaders kind of on the same page. And they were doing it,
That was their training wheels.
Yeah.
Right,
that was the training wheels to what we're dealing with
to
now.
Be prepped for the big one.
Yeah, so you have like
these are the musters before the actual fireman fucking drill that you do.
Right, so all this money into pandemic preparedness, and all these simulations were happening, and all of these like think tanks were like ramping up, and these like global leaders and young global leader programs were ramping up. And like all the legislation was changing all at the same time. And it's like, guys, COVID was planned. Like, you can debate what COVID is and how it came to be, but they knew they were going to do this thing, that's just what it is. And people don't want to believe that because they've perfected propaganda. They've perfected propaganda in 2022. They did it.
It's crazy.
A few years ago.
Remember it was warp speed and everyone was like, no, I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that. And then it was like a flip of the switch. And Biden was in office.
Everybody went, ding.
And everyone went, I'm getting that. And you're like,
I think the secret word was blue.
What?
The secret word was blue. And everybody just went, oh, gotta get vaxxed. Ding.
Bing.
I think that's how they've perfected the propaganda is with certain like radio frequencies and towers that emit the proper frequencies and the certain words and the certain tones, and then they say keywords and everybody fucking reacts to them, and they just keep repeating them.
Yep.
And that's how propaganda is. It's like 2/3 mind control, 1/3 fucking repetition.
Yeah. And I also think it's very interesting how like the CDC has like infiltrated like most healthcare systems across the world. That's also really fascinating because the CDC's been doing stuff all over the world for decades.
Yeah.
Especially horrible things in like third world countries and Africa.
Yeah.
Islands.
Well, not third world countries. I have to push back on that term because that's a Cold War term.
It is. It really is.
It's and it's propaganda. So it's less developed countries is better.
It's countries that got shit on by imperialism, and that's why it sucks there. Because we
exactly.
Fucked it up,
but that term, like, it makes me cringe every time I hear it.
It's I'm like weird CIA validation.
You're right.
It's a stupid term. I'm sorry.
I agree. It's a stupid term, but you know what I'm talking about. Like the CDC, like went to all these poor countries. We can say that
developed countries.
and they've been like, they've participated in a lot of these like experimental vaccinations and stuff, and we know that when they go to these poor countries, they really just don't care. They're sloppy about it, even like they just do whatever they want. And like Pfizer got sued for doing something in Africa like that, killing people. Like it's
insane.
It's common. And like, yeah, and like before COVID, like we knew, oh yeah, big pharma bad, big pharma lie, big pharma
we knew
gets
the
sued for
opioid
fraud.
epidemic was happening, and that they
Fentanyl
like
and-
the Sacklers and everybody was
Vioxx. Yeah, we knew all of this shit. We knew it because there was 60 minutes specials.
everybody could
and all
acknowledge
this.
it. Everybody
Yeah.
knew that was the case. There wasn't any doubt that Big Pharma did this.
I wanted to
Yeah.
mention L just posted a fantastic article about the fiasco of the 1976 swine flu affair, where that was like kind of the training wheels, when they started getting going on the good bioweapon system and get everybody juiced, everybody inoculated all at once. And I remember being 8 years old and them saying you got to get a shot. Everybody had to get a shot at school.
And it shows you how long they've been playing this
Like
game.
third grade, I think. I was in third grade. Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
And you remember that, and
Yeah.
now there's all this weird, like, have you seen the Elsagate propaganda that they're
remember that shit.
doing?
the what?
It's called Elsagate. It's so creepy. It's all hypodermic needles and children and like colors and stuff. It's bizarre. And yes,
Very, very strange.
it's super bizarre. Let me
like
see if I can find a quick video when you guys talk on it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
like a big scandal on YouTube.
fucking bizarre, Ricky.
It's like many years ago, right? Like 2000.
It was during like the whole when the whole campaign of vaccination started happening.
Oh, those videos, the second ones that you were playing, but there was like a sexual thing too, like a needle fucking thing attached to it as well. It was really fucking dark, whatever the hell.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
there's a bunch of weird stuff, but let's see. Yeah, it's like they use cartoon like characters to do things, and there's a whole thing behind that with other stuff. But then there's also with the hypodermic needles.
Please stop screaming like that. Nobody wants to hear that, Peaches.
I think maybe I'm conflating the two. No. Okay, yeah. Here's the guy that I think I played his video before.
Drew Stanko.
I don't know if it was him.
Jesus
Let me see.
Christ, man. Settle down.
We're killing people with lousy healthcare. We really are.
Yeah.
It's true. Is this it?
No.
Yeah. Yes, it's so weird. It's like injection propaganda.
And about how, although the media coverage of this problem has died down considerably, these videos, which are ostensibly aimed at young children, are very much still being produced, very much still available online. I was asked to perform voices in one, albeit in a rather deceptive kind of way. Now, the clips and the images now are all from what we call Elsa videos that were banned from YouTube. These have all been banned. YouTube removed not just a lot of videos, but entire devoted to this sort of material. Today, though, I want to take a look at some of the videos that are currently on YouTube, and I'm going to focus specifically on one topic that comes up again and again and again in these types of videos, and that is injections. This is something you see so often in these videos. It's a very common theme, and that's the theme of hypodermic needles, syringes, injections. Somebody here asked on Reddit, what's with all the injections? Why do you see this so often in these types of videos? And the answer is nobody seems to know. Nobody knows why this is, but you do see it a lot. So that's what we're going to focus on in this video. I want to start out with this video. This is a video that only has about 10,000 views. It's been online for a couple years now. It comes from Bingo Twins TV.
Wait till you see this. It gets it's bad.
And I'm including this one first because it's kind of your classic Elsagate video. You see, obviously, it's very homegrown, very cheaply done. Looks like a little kid dressed as Iron Man. The Hulk is hiding around the corner there. Very kind of nonsensical story. The kid is supposed to be eating cereal, I guess, and gets up to get a spoon, and the Hulk comes into the picture and puts something into the cereal. Then the child is eating the cereal and transforms into Spider-Man. All just very weird and crazy. And I'm pretty sure that Marvel Comics has not authorized this. But watch what happens. The kid pulls out a syringe and starts injecting himself with the syringe. And now it changes him back into Iron Man. But then we see the Hulk. And the little kid is hiding around the corner. And watch what happens. The kid pulls out another syringe now and gives the Hulk an injection.
Why? What's happening?
And then the Hulk transforms into Spider-Man. One device that you see used a lot with these types of videos is the idea of learn colors. In this case, learn with injection. This is a video from Kids One Nursery Rhymes. Now, this one has about 5.9 million views. Now, I should add, I don't believe that these videos really have that many views. I think they're using bots to artificially inflate the numbers. But when the numbers are high like that, that pushes the video oftentimes into people's playlists. So it's seen as a more popular video. And you'll see here, this is an egg with the Spider-Man face on it. Again, you see these types of characters, I'm sure, are not licensed officially to be used in these videos, but they're used to attract children because they're characters that children can recognize. This little Hulk kid, he climbs in the egg. Oh, and he finds a hypodermic needle. So what should we do when we find a hypodermic needle? Well, don't touch it, of course.
You play with it, of
Tell
course.
your parents or go tell a teacher. No, this little kid takes the syringe, and you see him here filling it with a certain colored liquid, and now he comes upon this character, sneaks up behind him, and stabs him in the rear end and injects him with this liquid, which changes him the color red. And everybody's laughing and giggling, and it's all funny. Then they just repeat this over and over. So the next one is green. You'll notice a lot of these videos, they're not only cheaply done, but they use a lot of repetition. I guess little kids actually like repetition, but it also allows them to extend the time of the video. So this is kind of a lot of the same thing, just over and over. He goes to these other characters and injects them, and they all turn the color that whatever it is that he put into the syringe. Later on in the video, the kid is getting his comeuppance. You can see him now getting the injections over and over, the different colors. And of course, he isn't a bit happy about it.
Red.
Here's another one from that same Kids One channel. This one has about 2.8 million views. Animals get sick, need shot by doctor. And we've got
Wow.
Stephen Lucky got sick, need shot from not these guys. What the fuck is the deal with the hypodermic children changing into superheroes? That's some.
I mean, like, what kind of? It's crazy. The if you look in, I haven't looked like any really like very deep into the Elsagate, but like that's like one of the things that comes up a lot is that it's really strange. There's a whole lot of videos, really cheaply, cheesily made ones. Some that are definitely from other countries.
Yeah, but different people making them. Different accounts. Why?
Very, very fucking weird shit.
Really weird.
Do we think this is like an organic thing, or do we think like there's something going on behind the scenes?
I think there's something.
Weird.
I don't think it's organic.
I don't know, man. It's just wrong on so many levels that I don't even know where to start. It just seems like it's just bizarre for the sake of being bizarre, and probably nefarious because it feels that way. It's really slimy, grimy vibe to the whole thing. It's just weird. I don't like it. Please never play that again.
I know it's really a triggering thing too. You think about all the people that like addicts and stuff, and then like and then you're indoctrinating children
that
to
idea, like
of
you were
this-
talking
with this.
about. Remember, we got that mailer, and they were like, "Oh,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
a
I forgot to look for that.
superhero if you get the vaccination." To target it at grade school or kids, and they were like, it was like you turn into a superhero.
Yeah, I got a postcard
Yeah.
during this whole like when they first came out with the vaccines for the children. I got a postcard in the mail saying for like oh, be a superhero, and it looked just like those cute cartoon superhero characters, and it was targeted at the children.
Yeah, they did it with Sesame Street, so of course.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
That's really messed up when they come for the kids like that. That's so weird.
And
I would be interested. Go
And
ahead.
he said it was like from like 2018, the video, like
Right.
so.
I'd be interested to see like
been
which
around.
countries participate in this, and like what is the timeline? Like when did it start? The origins of this, and what was the sentiment of vaccines at that time? The anti-vax thing was being pushed before COVID. That was something that when Jenny McCarthy and Jim Carrey like spoke out against vaccines, they used them to kind of push the anti-vaxxer thing. That was actually a thing that was hitting mainstream media several years before COVID. There was a thing that they kind of built that quietly. It wasn't like it is now where it's like, oh my God, how dare you not want 10 boosters? Now it's like people are like cultish. They like worship at the altar of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
When a few years ago they were complaining about them, and now they're literally worshiping them, so much so that it's like it is completely common. It's completely like normal for Moderna to be a sponsor of the US Open. That's how.
So yeah, when the people are dropping, like in the background, they already got their sponsorship. You already know who to blame. It's right there.
Yeah, and it's
Brought to you by
too, because they could Moderna's a big company. Well, not by the scale of Pfizer per se, but when they when those drug companies get involved with the sports leagues, you know what I mean. At least your athletes will have the best drugs, and what was the other thing? Oh, they have like really efficient, funerary services and stuff. They just get that stuff done because it happens so often that people,
Where was I seeing? There was just a marathon
luggage
that they did,
Big
and it
Pharma.
was like 47. Like I forget what the
South
number.
Africa.
That just
And like so many of the athletes all
Yeah.
collapsed and had to go to different hospitals, and they were all vaccinated, and like 2 of them died. And like in the 10-year scope of that marathon, I think they said 4 people in like 10 years had died, and like 2 one day, and all those people collapsed, and some of them were in critical care. Like 40 something people. Like
I think it was 70 something. I thought it was 74 or something like that.
maybe it was even higher. Maybe I'm getting the number. Maybe I'm getting it lower than what it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was just astronomical. Like
yeah, I think it was significantly higher than like a normal year, because you have like people that go down every year. Like someone sprains their ankle, someone feels faint. They're running too much. It's like a super marathon, that one, I think. So it's like a gajillion miles. So people are gonna go down because they like bite off more than they can chew,
and they said 4 people died in 10 years though, or something like that, and they had 2 that day.
which that seems like a high number. That this particular marathon, I feel like, has a high number of deaths for marathons, and they still had 2 deaths in one day, plus like 70 something people go to the hospital. It's you're seeing this everywhere.
And
like
maybe it was like 40 hospitals or something. Maybe that's what the number I'm getting wrong. Like I remember it being like a crazy amount of like different. Like how do you even how do you can't send that many people to one hospital? They would be overwhelmed.
Yeah,
probably
every hospital. No hospital has more than fucking 5 fucking given rooms for any specific fucking thing.
Yeah,
well, they've downsized everything.
They have downsized a lot of them. That's true. But yeah, if you look at the marathon that happened here in New York, somebody died, and like a bunch of people went to the hospital too. and it wasn't really that hot because it started at like 6 a.m. or something. So yeah, it was a few months ago, and it was a hot day. We had a hot summer, a long hot summer here in New York. You're in the Northeast, right? So
Yeah,
you
we're in
understand that,
Connecticut.
you understand, like, it got hot in like late May, and it's been hot ever since, and it's finally starting to slowly cool down. I think this.
Oh my
weekend.
gosh!
Thank
Yes,
goodness.
Finally, we're getting like some cool air. Like it's like it has
horrible.
been just brutal.
Yeah. But yeah, the marathon wasn't that hot because it started at like 6 a.m. and it was like not a full marathon, so it was done like at like, I don't know, 9 or 10 or however long it takes to run.
People normally can tolerate these things. Like, normally, like, we're not seeing somebody in their top athletic, ability and going to a big, a big marathon. That you train for that. Just dropping. Like, that's not normal. These people are not just like, yeah, we've been isolating for 2 years and I gained 40 pounds. You know what I mean? Like that's not the position that they're in. These guys are training. They're obviously I don't know all of them, but like, most people, if you're gonna be running a marathon, you're preparing for that in a lot of different ways.
These are young people. These are young people dying. It's not like it's like, oh, 80-year-old who thought they could do a half marathon dies. No, this is not an 80-year-old dying of a heart attack. This is someone who is used to running around because they're like 20-something, 30-something years old. And they ran their whole life and they weren't that old and they just dropped dead. And it's kind of weird. I mean, it does happen, but like at this rate, there's definitely something going on. I mean, like you can look at the cardiac events have gone up, period. It's just true.
So how do we approach telling people these things like that are not aware of it?
It's really hard because I've thought about this a lot.
Like, where do you even start?
I was reading a really interesting article about how in the early 70s they were trying to figure out, like, scientists were trying to figure out how to spread heart disease respiratorily, like through a respiratory virus. They were trying to like augment things.
Of course they were.
To do that. Like that long ago. You know what I mean? Like, so why does everybody so surprised that they could just easily pull off something like what just happened? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like,
well, I mean, it's the magnitude of what they pulled off.
Life. They've been fucking showing their hand our whole life.
Because they haven't done it in such a big scale like they did this time.
I mean, it feels unbelievable because they literally pulled off a global conspiracy.
Yes.
They literally pulled off a global conspiracy. And I would argue AIDS, to a certain extent, was kind of a global conspiracy because they got the AIDS thing going all around the world. They pumped billions of dollars into that. And they've just made up the science as they went. That kind of feels like a conspiracy on a certain level. This one's more invasive.
That was their training wheels.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, like they ramped up AIDS. AIDS was like, oh my God, it's a monkey virus. Anyone can get it anytime. Oh my God. And then it became like, oh, well, you have malaria-like symptoms, but it's AIDS. You have pneumonia, it's AIDS. You have, Kaposi sarcoma, AIDS. You have cervical cancer, AIDS. Like AIDS. Literally like 20-something different things became AIDS.
Put him in the AIDS ward.
And 20-something,
and nobody go there. Nobody's allowed to go there.
20-something different diseases and syndromes became AIDS, and they started pumping billions of dollars into this. And they're like, "Wow, this is really easy. I guess no one's gonna check this out, huh?" So they pumped billions of dollars into the AIDS program. A lot of people got really fucking rich. A lot of people got lots of grant money. A lot of people got really fancy labs. And guess what? They didn't fix anything. Billions of dollars.
No, they still don't
reinvented it.
It's like cancer. That's completely a man influenced also, and that is going through the roof. And they just found something that is causing people's cancers to come out of like remission and just wreak havoc on people. And it's like, so It and I look back and I go, okay, well, my dad passed away in 2021 January, and it wasn't like of COVID in the hospital. It was other stuff, but I wonder if he actually was vaccinated and wasn't telling me because he knew how upset I would be. I don't know. I didn't like look into his medical stuff after the fact, but his cancer, like he had cancer that came out and like just full floors, just I mean, completely took over everything.
Yep.
Like took over, like I mean, he had beat it 3 times, and then this 4th time, it was just like I mean, he had half of a lung removed. My dad had like mouth cancer years back, and like where they like in his throat, and like he had just like a plethora of things, and it was actually from Roundup that he ended up with all that. Yeah, it's really fucked up.
Like glyphosate.
And it just proves like and I mean, if he got the shot and didn't tell me because he didn't, you know what I mean? He didn't want me to know. He didn't want me upset about it. Then, that could have brought that right out. But I didn't go back and like try to dig through all my dad's, medical records.
It's hard. Yeah, and that's kind of how you know that there's a huge problem here. It's, cancer has gone up. New cancers have gone up, but that's kind of hard to. Again, the people always say, well, causation doesn't, or correlation doesn't equal causation, or whatever they say. When there's a huge pattern shift, right? When a new pattern emerges and it's very intense, they always say, well, it could be global warming, it could be poison in the air, it could be whatever they want to make up to justify their bias.
Yeah.
Not the major event that happened in 2021, which would be the big thing to point to.
Right.
Unless you know of another event that I don't. Was there like a, did a nuclear reaction?
I missed it because of the lockdowns and everything. So I wasn't paying attention.
Right.
And like MF Doom said, yeah, they did it with Russiagate. Yeah, like they have the propaganda down to a science with us. Like that's the science that they have down. They have the science of propaganda down. Like look at what they did.
Propaganda down, and they have the science of a healthcare that's completely based on the most ill-efficient treatment that they can come up with.
Yeah, like the Rockefellers,
like the least effective, most invasive.
Let's use this petrol-based stuff, and let's make medicine out of the things, and let's take these like chemicals that we have like left over, like like fluoride. We'll put that in the water. That's it. We'll dumb the people that way. Like
lower those IQ,
and then we'll make them believe that these things aren't happening, or these things, if they are happening, aren't that bad. That's the crazy part.
And they couldn't be happening in conjunction with other entities trying to.
Like
have some sort of agenda.
Like even if we've avoided the shots, right?
To think that.
Even if you've avoided the shots, you've gotten it in your food, you've gotten it in your water, you've gotten it in your air, it's in your clothes, it's you are surrounded by it unless you are isolated somewhere. But now it's even the chemicals are in the rainwater. Like so nobody's avoided it.
It's like mad.
Like nobody's doing like, it's just some people have less exposure to it than others.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? And you just do the best that you can. So it's like, that was just the additional, you know what I mean? Like that was just, this was just like the additional push to like, in effect, like make all the things that have already happened triggered, you know what I mean? It was like the domino. It was like, oh, okay. Dink. Now, like, this is gonna, have that effect on all these other things that have already happened.
That's right.
So even if they didn't get us with a shot, they got us with other stuff.
It'll be fine. It's gonna take 500 or 600 days to slow the spread,
Yeah. Yeah, just 2 years to flatten the curve.
We'll flatten
2
the curve.
decades.
We're coming right up on it. We're about to.
We're so close, guys.
We're so close, everyone.
Just vote blue.
Just stop coughing, everyone, right now.
Yeah.
Stop spreading your filthy human toxic germs everywhere. Also, it's like that. It reminds me of that commercial when I was a kid. It was like Palmolive. And the lady was like a beautician lady, and she'd have like ladies soaking their hands in Palmolive dishwashing liquid. And it's like, you're soaking in it. And that's what everything is on Earth. Like if you live on Earth, you're soaking in it. You're soaking in all the things, all the fucking all the alleged fucking chemtrail fucking garbage and just all the stuff, all the bad things.
And this is why I think rich people have built these bunkers. I don't think a lot of people, I think, they really thought that they were building these bunkers because there was going to be some kind of World War III, which there could be. Let's not throw that one out yet. But I don't know.
I think it's to hide from the people.
I don't think it was some big catastrophic. I don't think it was a big violent event like that. I think it was because of spreading poisons and famines and or not famines, but spreading poisons and even doing these rollouts and people are going to be sick and they're going to spray stuff on them and they can just go underground and avoid whatever they're poisoning us with. I feel like that's what they're hiding from, not war, but poison, basically toxins.
Right. The toxins, the bioweapons that they're fucking just gonna
whatever else is next. I don't even know.
At us.
And if the people get pissed off enough, what are they going to do? They're going to go lock themselves in those things until they're like, they enough of them have, you know what I mean, have taken each other out, and we're out of the picture. We're not part of that.
Yeah.
Like they could literally just be like, we're just going to go live in these bunkers for a while in case we need it until shit, kind of hits the fan enough and then it settles down and people start to come back to civilization. I mean,
I really think they're slowly just trying to like wipe us out until we get down to a more manageable number.
Yeah.
And then then the
like.
robots come in or whatever the hell. Like,
well, yeah, they're ever fucking moving towards that, the cool people will all be on board and everybody will have their fucking healthcare and their fucking free internet and your stipend every month in your checking account. As long as you do the right things and don't fucking say a fucking word about anything that your imperialist government, world government, probably by that time is doing, you know what I mean? And that's how it's going to be. And it's going to be, you think we have division now, it will be us and them big time. It'll be fucking, probably several tribes against the fucking formal, whatever the fuck the state turns out to be. Yeah. And the robots will come and, they won't waste fucking humans on it because they don't want that many humans,
Yeah. They really are just slowly letting us. I mean, like, we're doing it to ourselves and we're cheering. Not only are we doing it, we're cheering it on. We, as in, like, some of us.
The human race is cheering on its own extinction.
Well, some
we're that smart.
Some factions honestly believe that, like, the meta and that idea is just a better, more peaceful way to do things, no matter how separate you are from actual nature and, interaction and love and fucking, community with other humans. That's secondary. So as long as everything is orderly, then it has to be better than what we have now. And that's how they trick, so many people. That's why so many people are fucking cheering it on. Cause they're like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, and we are so detached from nature, like to the point where we have very few instincts left. Like we have less and less instincts every generation where we don't know how to do anything unless we learn it from someone else.
Right.
And if we don't have someone to teach us that, we're screwed.
That's what I mean. Yeah. And all of those practical skills are just going by the wayside. They your dad or your uncle or somebody from a generation or two removed from you could fix every fucking thing that ever broke in your house and in your car. And you know what I mean? They all of these men from that time had to be super fucking self-sufficient. They fixed everything. They never threw anything away. They'd be like, look at these idiots throwing this fucking fan away and take it home and clean it up. Got a new fan, and fucking that kind of mentality is just like, it's gone. We're just consumers. We just consume. We just get a new fan. Fuck that broke ass fan. Yep. And that's it. And everything
is made from petrol. Plastic is petrol. Like
just microplastics.
Plastic
to
is
infinitum.
Oil, guys.
Yeah.
We are surrounded by it.
And we have disposable masks and disposable syringes. And I mean, it's great. We can just boom and throw it away. Boom, throw it away. It's great. It's so consumer friendly, this whole COVID thing. It's so
It's
great.
sad. Sanitary,
is.
right?
It makes,
It's
it makes a
sanitary.
lot of money,
Makes
Rick,
someone a lot of money.
It makes a lot of cash.
I know, and then I think about off topic, but like all the tents that are used, all the plastic polyurethane, that material.
Oh my God.
All those tents that are used, and then they just go and they sweep them, and then they just what I mean. That's all in our landfills. Like all of that is ending up in our landfills and our oceans. Same with all like the masks and like. I mean, can you walk down the street and not find a mask on the ground? And who wants to pick that up? You know what I mean? Like I go around with like a picker upper thingy, like around my neighborhood, and I'll go and take walks and pick up garbage. But it's like, no one who wants to go pick that up. No one wants to go pick up something else that somebody like obviously has had, their all their fluids and stuff like that on.
That's the thing that Masada just said. Being homeless is not eco-friendly. It can be if you know how to be eco-friendly. You know
Well,
what I mean?
yeah, but no, it's
can. But
typically
most of the
not.
times, typically not at all.
Yeah,
not even the way that they
coolers
eradicate it.
the equipment and all the and it's expensive to be without a house. It's very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of this like they deepen the divide, and then like people can't. Another thing is that I noticed that people have a really hard time communicating with each other.
Yeah.
Like just simply not canceling somebody and like, just actually having a conversation with them. If you have an issue with somebody, why is it that the answer is to just erase that person instead of saying, okay, well, I'm going to reach out to them. I'm going to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to try to find a solution to this, because that right there, like not only does it happen, it happens a lot online.
Yeah.
It furthers that divide and disconnects us from each other even more. And it's like, oh, well, then we have like these purity tests of like, if you don't agree with this much percentage of what I say, then no, I'm just going to erase you and you're just gone.
Right.
And it stops us from being able to have those communication skills, and it disconnects us, and it makes us more likely to fight or, whatever else. And it's like, how do we make communication something that that people do again?
Well, yeah, we have to go back and we have to rewind a little bit, because I think that's one of the big goals of the lockdowns, because we knew lockdowns weren't going to work. And by we, I mean like the experts that actually have, studied this for years and years. There were people screaming, hey, don't lock down, it's not going to work. At the beginning, they obviously were kind of ignored by the mainstream. But like we all caught on eventually that the lockdowns are ridiculous. And when they weren't working, they continued the lockdowns, and we were like, guys, it's not working. So why are we doing this? We've squashed 1 million small businesses in America. Something's not right here. It's not very cost effective, is it? But I think that's the goal of the lockdown, was to literally put people in their little bubbles. Everyone was disconnected. Everyone was doing tele education. Their kids were doing tele-education.
Medicine,
and
everything.
they were telemedicine. And telemedicine was something they've been planning on rolling out. And all of a sudden this happened. Oh my God, what a great time to use it. It was clearly like planned for this very moment. Teleeducation and telehealth were two
it's
things.
environmentally friendly. You don't have to travel in your vehicle to go to a doctor and see them face to face, where they can diagnose you.
And there's Zoom meetings, and all this. And it literally disconnected people. They didn't have that same human experience. And then all these people were being fed nonstop 24/7 COVID information. And some people were like not buying it, but a lot of people just kind of like were like, okay. And because there was no conversations happening, because adults weren't conversing with other adults, people saw their families, maybe their spouses and their kids, but because they weren't hearing all the different opinions out there, because they didn't have, their coworker Joe or their best friend, Barbara, they weren't seeing them on a regular basis, and they were having a real like face-to-face.
They weren't at the barbershop or the hair salon, like where you
There-
had
there were no-
conversations.
There were no like light bulb moments happening. People didn't have them. It just didn't happen. People were just like, oh, okay, keep telling me what to do. Because people weren't having there's like, that's the power of like human conversation. Like if you just go out to a bar randomly or a restaurant, like anywhere, any social event, and just start talking to a random person, like you have moments where you're like, oh wow, because it's a human experience and they have a different perspective of the world, and sometimes you're like, wow, that person's full of shit. But they did say that one thing, and now I have to look it up and learn more about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had none of those for the whole time.
Yep.
As they were pumping nonstop propaganda into our heads, and unless we had a bullshit meter going off, we were just like, okay. And that's why
it was like the same Shakira song over and over and over and over in your brain that never stops.
Yeah.
That's what they did. They afforded that to come out of every single speaker at you, whether it was, in your public school or your fucking,
right.
You know what I mean? Wherever you were, grocery shopping, every opportunity to have a voice cast in your direction. And
then they
Pfizer
put
bought
masks over
that shit.
everybody's face.
They bought and paid for all of that.
So like you couldn't even read people's, like you were like trying to see if they were smiling based on their eyes.
Yeah, that was creepy too.
Like you couldn't tell, like you couldn't see people's faces, like, and now they're coming out and they're saying, doctors that pushed it, people that pushed it are like, no, my kid's got developmental issues now because of this. Like now because it's affecting them personally and directly.
Or the science is much more clear now because people have been like, hey, this is the actual science behind this.
Right.
Here's the real science. Now they have to change their narrative. You think Lena Wynn actually has a kid with developmental issues? She probably does because she's an op, and she's been an op since the Boston Marathon.
Yes.
So let's look at that. Your kid probably is crazy because you're a sociopath. You talk like a robot. You talk like AI.
Mm-hmm.
And you're definitely reading from a script. So you're weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's tally up the points on weirdness there. She's a high 7 for just overall fucking weirdness.
I mean, do you want to know how much
you didn't know the other stuff?
If you want to know how much prep Ricky and I did, it was like a couple texts back and forth, like, hey, yeah, I feel like we need to talk about this. And he's like, yeah, okay. And then I'm like, today, I'm like, hey, when do you want to do a show? And he's like, I got tonight off and I don't have to work in the morning. I'm like, okay, let's do it. Like there's no script, there's no planning. Like what you see is what you get. Like it's very organic conversation. Just
yes.
If we weren't on a stream, this is how we would be talking.
I just want to remind everybody that MF Doom is 100% right. He's like, the only way to get through to everybody is one fat motherfucking joint at a time. And I agree with that kind of sentiment, on the whole. And, that science has never fucking changed.
You know what? That is the best time to like slowly drop into the COVID conversation, I think.
Yes.
It's when everyone's high as fuck because they're like, okay.
Because they can get their conspiracy on, they're like, oh, I'm kind of spaced out. I could think outside the box.
Look at this chart. Look at this.
Well, some people don't. Some people don't. Like, do we have to convince them to? Do we have to convince them to smoke first and then talk to them?
Yeah, you got to get people high. Got to get people high.
Yep. I think we're getting somewhere now. I think we are getting somewhere. We asked that question, like, how do we do this? How do we have this conversation?
Because I don't know how to have that conversation with some people. There's different people. There are people who are already skeptical.
Yep.
There are people who you can have a conversation with and they'll accept it and they'll think about it, and they may not necessarily side with you, but at least they'll give it a shot. They'll hear you out, and then you have a lot of people who are very defensive about the last 2.5 years. And I don't know if I think it's a combination of things. It might be different for different people.
Yeah.
But you have people who don't want to believe that their government is evil, which it is. Right. They don't want to believe that there could be a global conspiracy, but there is. They don't want to.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
They don't want to believe. They really, really don't want to believe that they can be duped.
Yes.
That is like the new thing. People people don't admit they're wrong anymore.
That is a straight kick in the nuts, though, because you're like, fuck you, you're not fooling me, bitch. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, no, they did.
But I think that being honest about that,
Yeah.
we're very honest, like, about it. Like, dude, we were fooled. Like, they fucking got us. Like, and we're telling you this. So I think that's one thing, is to be humble within like how you are addressing it, and it's gonna be like an individual basis on how much you can tell somebody that, and how much you can get out at that time, even if they are perceptive and listening to it. How far down do you go down that rabbit hole? Where do you begin? Like, do you start?
Yeah, what's going to be the tipping point for them where they're like, get the fuck out
like, you're fucking
you know
nuts.
what I mean?
You know, like, you don't want to overwhelm, because it's a lot of information. We have to remember we've processed this over time.
Yeah.
How do we tell somebody something that is so detrimental to not only them, but to all of fucking society and all future generations? Like, how did they do this with, like, with the, with other genocides? Like, how do people talk to each other after? How do you talk to each other after a genocide?
They really didn't.
Like, what do you do?
That's the thing. I don't think anytime there's an event like this, I don't think there's ever really a resolution for that generation. I feel like in the future, scholars will be like, 200 years ago, all these people died. Like, great for the people 200 years.
They won't be fun and fearlessly authentic. They won't be like, oh my god, they were talking about it.
Yeah, like there's a whole subculture of people that were right for like pretty early on, and were right for years into this thing, and no one listened to them. Maybe some people did. I mean, it has grown. There are more people now resisting, and more people now who are skeptical than there were, say, a year and a half ago when all
there's more and more studies, and there's more and more information coming out that, like,
the data is catching up.
The data is really catching up fast too.
And we've had bad data. I mean, we know the clinical trials are fraudulent. Period. They always are. Yep. And we knew the a lot of bad data coming out of the countries. Like, if you go to like the different governments around the world, like, a lot of it is messy data. A lot of it's not very specific data. It's just very generic. And every country does it differently, so it's hard to compare country to country.
Right.
So it's just,
they count on that lack of uniformity too. You know what I mean?
We have this
stretch narrative in different directions and stuff.
Yeah, we have this like huge organization called the World Health Organization. Yet you can't get consistent data across the world. You can't get consistent health surveillance across the world. Thank you so much, World Health Organization.
Yes.
I don't know what you do besides kill people, but thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Well, they sex traffic children. I mean, they do that.
They did that.
That's what's happening. And it's like if you start talking to somebody that isn't aware of what's happening, and they're not, like, and you can't assume to know that they are where they are, and you're suddenly like, yeah, and the WHO, and they were sex trafficking children, and they were blah, blah, blah. They might look at you and go, oh god, like, they might like just shut down because it's too much information.
That's what happens
all at once. You have to like gauge the person and how far into a rabbit hole they have gone and how far they're willing to go.
Yeah, with the capacity.
I feel like
where is their level of it? Like, I think we need like a breakdown of it. Like, where do we start? Like, you come across somebody who has no idea that Pfizer even hid the data for 75 years. How do you approach that?
Well, they wanted to hide it for 75 years, and
but people didn't even know that.
Yeah,
there's people that didn't know that.
There's people that that don't know that, like, lawyers like Aaron Siri have been fighting to get as much data released as possible so people have an understanding of what happened in these already fraudulent clinical trials. The data is not good even after the fraud. And there is pretty clear fraud in Pfizer's clinical trials.
I mean, come on, they tested it like on this last stuff. They tested it on what, like 8 mice or something? Like, you know, lucky 8.
They all got COVID.
Mice.
They all got COVID.
All 8.
Yeah, that's probably good at fighting. That's good at fighting Omicron, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, like, like all I can, I kind of start with
least as
somebody
good as the
saying like,
first one.
please don't get any more. If you have gotten any of them, please don't get any more. I have a lot of information. I have resources, but it's like, where? And then I go, where do I even start with resources to give somebody?
Yeah, I feel like you
Where
have to
do
have
I
a
even
list.
begin?
I feel like you have to have a list, and you have to have an order of operations.
Yeah,
I feel
that's what I'm
like
saying. We need to make
Yeah.
one. We need to have
Yep.
a 101.
I think VAERS still is a great starting point.
Sure.
But I think you have to preface it with like, okay, a lot of people, because a lot of people are like immediately like, well, anyone can submit anything to this, or again, they go back to like
most people like under perjury though too. Like if you submit wrong medical information to that, aren't you you
Right.
like, kind of like risking yourself? Like if they come back at you and this many people felt strongly enough to actually submit it and have actual, documentation. Like
Right.
it's not like I get to go on there and be like, yeah, I just don't like it. You know what I mean? Like there are steps that you have to
There's
take.
a couple steps. There's two different like teams of people that have to review it. Like it's a two-tier process just to get it through, and they will reject it if it's not like coherent or complete. So it has to be like, it's a lot of work actually to get one of those in. And that's why a lot of doctors don't even do it or pretend it doesn't exist. They like, oh, I've heard of that thing, but I've never really looked into it because it's adding more to their plate and they're already busy people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially in a country that doesn't have a healthcare system for its people.
Yeah.
Like they don't care. That's how little they respect us, is that they don't even have a healthcare system in this country for us. Well, they get gold standard healthcare and they deny it to the rest of us.
Man.
They have socialism for them, nothing for us.
Absolutely.
Like, and I try to break most things down to like having like a finite point. Like I can say that really easy. I can point out those facts really quickly with that, right? But with COVID and the vaccine, it's so much. It's like, okay, well, I could tell people about VAERS, and they're like, okay. And they'll but then you have to preface. It's like you have to preface everything with something. It's so much information that it's like, even just to explain VAERS, like it's a whole thing. Like
well,
I mean, you can plant a little seed for this. Like it's so big.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safety signal platform, and it's working as intended. It's not perfect. There are errors on there, and that's going to happen. But it's also these things are wildly underreported. If you look at the history of errors, there's not this many. There's not really that much.
And then
on
people
there.
will say, well, if it's a government thing, how come we're trusting this part of the government but not that part of the government? That doesn't make sense.
Because it's a huge. It's not just the government.
I know, but that's like kind of like
people.
You have to have that ready to combat that, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to be able to know what you're talking about, or else people aren't going to take you serious.
You have to know that. Yeah, this is voluntary reporting. It shows when there are safety issues in products. And if you think like the whole country got together and was like, "Ooh, guys, let's just game VAERS for no reason whatsoever, just because we want to stick it to pharma," and they're like, "Yeah, let's come up with these things, myocarditis and thrombosis and prion disease and all these things that like your average person knows nothing about," and they all just happen to pick the same ones as they game the system. And these patterns emerged. Oh my God! How did they all pick myocarditis?
Yeah. They're not getting anything out of it. Like, if you're sick and you're feeling like shit from something, you're not like, it's not really like the thing that you want to do. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, let me go make sure, you want to, your natural instinct is to feel better. You want to get better. It's not necessarily, I want to make sure that this gets reported as something. And I wasn't really, I mean, I had heard of VAERS before COVID, but really didn't know about VAERS. Like, and there's like medical professionals that just don't, like you said, don't use it. There's people that aren't really aware of it, or, someone else has planted some kind of propaganda around it. Like, oh yeah, well, it's really bad reporting and it's not great. And it's like, well, then why haven't they fixed this system? why haven't they fixed it? Why haven't they improved it? Well, we're in the middle of a health crisis. Then why haven't they improved theirs? Why hasn't that been a primary focus? Like, why is their focus to not fix it as opposed to fixing it?
Right.
You know,
They're
and
like,
I think that's
"Oh,
kind of where you gotta like, you know, that's where you can sow some like a little bit of truth in there. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know, because that's a common sense thing that, you know, if they cared about it, they would fix it.
oh, they don't want a better system?
Yeah, why do they not want
Oh.
a better system though? Do you ever think about that? You know,
There
like
you go. Yeah, that's the way to that's what I would say though, if they come
Hmm.
for bears. It is, I mean, it's still a useful tool, you know?
it
Again,
is.
and again, it's there's a lot of underreporting on there. So if you have, you know, these patterns emerging with all these specific, you know, ailments and they're underreported, there's something going on. There is something going on. It's, you know, so you start with openbears.com. I think that's a great place to start. And then I think you start to sprinkle in the actual data from the hospitals. I think the ethicalskeptic.com is a great place to go because he just rolled out a really great report where he's got all the charts. He takes all the data, he put it in the charts. He'll give you the sources so you can go check it for yourself. If you don't believe him, you can go find it. Yeah,
Wait,
he's
what
a big
is
the
it
ethical. He has a Substack as well, I believe, and definitely is on Twitter.
okay.
But the ethicalskeptic.com is great. He just released the first part of a 3-part series that he's doing. And he charts out all of these things, and he shows you like the patterns of cancer going up, and he shows you the patterns of, you know, like myocarditis, pericarditis, whatever, going up, and the, you know, patterns of the flu going down when COVID hit. He shows you all these different things, and he tells you like how, you know, how impossible these would be, you know, because it completely diverts from history. So there was clearly an event that happened for these things to be going up and down like that, right? And we know like COVID and the flu seem to have some kind of relationship, right? And no one talks about it anymore. And we say the flu just went away, and some people are like, because of the masks. And I'm like, no, silly, that's not the masks. But good for you, you tried.
I know, and I feel like people will do the mask thing, and then they'll try to like talk about it, and I'm like, listen, I made like thousands of masks. Like I made them personally, and I gave them away,
Gold
and
star.
you know, I really thought that, you know, I was helping people, and
Come to find out,
Steve comes to me and tells me about particle size.
that went over, you know.
That was fucking awful.
Like a Led
I was
Zeppelin,
like,
if you will.
no, I completely rejected it from the person that I critically think with all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're going down rabbit holes all the time.
She was not ready
And
to
I was-
receive the information.
I was like, no. I was just mad. I was like, no, that's not fucking true. So like, I put myself in their shoes, you know, that it took me a little bit to come around to that. And it's because like you know, you believe that you're doing something that's helpful, that, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it was something I could do. And, you know, and it took me a minute though. Like I was really pissed at him for a couple of days.
Right, because nobody likes to be fucking made a fool of, or feel like a fool, or having fallen for a trick or something. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, it was completely innocent, obviously, but you know, the fact is they fucking straight up.
I was so
duped
mad
us
at
on
him,
that
Ricky.
tech. Like,
I mean, yeah, especially
after
in 2022.
hearing, you know, hearing other people testifying to the fact that no, that's just not going to work with the size of the particle and just the math involved and the physics. It was like, no, okay, big hole, tiny particle, got it. And
I mean, you have to have like an electron microscope to see a you know, virion,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
And then you still have to really wonder, like, is that the only thing that is that really something that's causing such illness? Like,
Right.
Is there something else going on? I mean, there are other things. Clearly, there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of toxins being sprayed, and you know, electromagnetic radiation and glyphosate and everything. So of course there are cofactors probably to this, but like, Is this the real culprit? This little guy? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It was really bad though.
It, to a substantial point yet. Nobody's actually demonstrated it.
Yeah, I'm still wondering like how they determined like this was the guy. You know, you got trillions of particles in your body, and they're like, oh, found it in a couple days here in China, and then we sent it over to the CDC, and then a few days later we had a vaccine. It's like, did you really? Because I don't see any evidence that any of those things happened.
Like, doesn't
where,
it take?
Where is that report? Where is that evidence? Where is that science?
It happens like that in the movie, Ricky. Hello.
Like, exactly. Doesn't it take like a week of running your fucking, your fucking Pentium computer to fucking like just look at a fucking strand of DNA? Like, what the fuck? How can they do it? I don't understand.
I didn't see anyone.
Are they working with tech that only, wizards and people from other planets have fucking access to or something? Because I don't understand, given the type of instrumentation and technological elevation that man has achieved. It seems like, with that stuff, with virus, with bacteria, with all of these microscopic and subatomic things and atomic things, all of these things as they get smaller seem to be like well out of our fucking actual grasp and reach,
Right. Well, clearly
they really do.
Yeah, well, they're banking on the fact that like most people don't have an electron microscope, and most people don't know how to use one,
right?
Even if they had access to it, like it's ridiculous. And then the people that do are giving us like bullshit information. It's like, guys, I don't know. It's a frustrating time. This is why it's frustrating for people. Like, they can't go prove it for themselves. They can't be like, if you tell them, hey, I don't think this, this jab is doing what they told you it is. They can't go and like tangibly prove it because they're not like a super scientist with an electron microscope, right? So it is frustrating for people. But like, you have to start using observational data. That's where it comes down to. You don't have your fancy scientific, control trial, which like they're all fraudulent or have errors or whatever.
So you're dealing with anecdotal fucking evidence like all the time.
Yeah,
but and you're not supposed to be able to come up with any kind of conclusion.
Yeah,
with that information?
when you have.
You were not supposed to come to any conclusion. There was not supposed to be putting any pieces of any puzzle together. That was just out of the question at all.
I understand. I understand when people say, "Hey, don't use observational data or observation when it's like one little event that happened," because it could be any number of causes or
a lot of factors.
Whatever. A lot of factors at play. Yeah. Could have been a coincidence. Yada yada. But when like literally like billions of people got the boop, and then like a few billion less didn't get the boop, you do have a control group. There are plenty of people who are in that control group all around the world, and you have plenty of people who are not in that group, and a lot of it's clear who is who due to records and behavior. Yep. Jesus, you start to see patterns emerge, and you can do that with you can do that with the you can do that with the masks. Like, it's kind of obvious, guys. People are still
be reading a book.
blue checks are still shaming people on Twitter. I literally replied to one today who was like, "Oh, my kid is wearing a KN95 in school, and all his classmates aren't. He got sick." I'm like, well, I guess your fucking KN95 doesn't fucking work. Sorry.
Maybe that has the microplastics that your kid's now breathing in. And there was another study that came out and saying that the masks are like, it's causing like cancers and stuff because of like what's in the
masks are carcinogenic.
The carcinogenic, because of the chemicals in the masks. It's like, and most of those say not for medical use.
Yeah, like there's like glyphosate in this shit. Glyphosate's like literally in everything now. Like, I don't know how it's in everything.
Yeah, they just they pack the mask in the glyphosate, so everything is
Canada
nice and dry.
In 2020, Canada recalled masks because it had graphene oxide in it. I was like,
yes,
you're probably not supposed to breathe that in.
Those are supposed to be in the syringes. What's going on?
And somebody said, "Oh, make sure you get high quality KN95s. Don't get them off of like eBay or something." That was their like response to me about like the masks with like the carcinogenics in it. Like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean that just because they're from the United States that they're safe.
I was kind of going
like
back
that
and
is
forth
propaganda. You're telling me that they're safe because they're from the USA and get high quality ones. That is propaganda. Like I'm calling that what it is.
Oh my god. These people still talking about the mask. We're 2.5 years in.
Yeah.
If the mask hasn't saved you, from COVID, then like quit blaming other people for not wearing them. It's like, come on, it's your mask isn't doing the thing.
So like 675 days and just rounded the corner on that curve.
I mean, they found that it's bad for it's like, and I remember at first, like with the mask, I was like, there's no way you can breathe through it. You can, you're exhaling, but it's the fact that it traps the moisture right there. Like, where does all that saliva where is it going? And what are you doing with it? You know what I mean? And then what are you doing with this biohazard waste on your face? Like,
yeah, if you're really breathing viruses and like with spike proteins that are neurotoxic and cytotoxic, are they just bouncing back into your fucking mouth? Like, are you just like it's like a wall, kind of? Are they bouncing back in? Because they're not gonna hang on there. They're not just gonna sit on a mask. This whole idea that like viruses just like hang out on a mask. What? Like, what is this nonsense,
dude?
They're just going to be in the moisture particles, and your mask.
Do you remember they were on the cruise ships at the beginning?
Yeah,
and they're saying they scrubbed everything with bleach and like came back like weeks later, and they're like, we found COVID again. There's COVID all over the deck and where we washed before.
Because everything is COVID now, man.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Because the things that you're using to test for it aren't even accurate. Hello.
That was just bizarre. That's like a Kodak memory in my mind. I wish I could find that clip of the MSM just like, just fucking full on fear monger, like they found COVID on the ship 47 days later. Like, what the fuck?
It's nonsense. I mean, like, remember that African president who like swabbed a papaya and he was like, "Oh, COVID." Yeah.
Oh, tastes like COVID.
This papaya and this bird both tested positive for COVID. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Bullshit.
So
yes.
My cousin works out in Washington State, and she works with she's she's a nurse, and she works with like elderly, like a nursing home type care. And I guess they had to go to certain like facilities and like test them every month or whatever. Like, I don't know why like you're testing people that aren't sick with tests that aren't good, but anyway, like this is a whole other thing. So like she said that there was this particular lady who was like, "You're not going to give me COVID. You're not going to give me COVID." And she didn't understand. She was just like, "What are you talking about? I'm not giving you COVID. I'm trying to test you for COVID." And what she like, and the lady thought that COVID was in the swabs, and that the swabs were giving people the COVID.
The old double dip, dirty trick.
I mean, that was a theory that there were things in the swabs. That were coming out, whether it be nanoparticles or what have you, which like they could probably pull some shit like that, to be honest. But I don't think the swabs turned into anything bad.
No, I think they put them too far up people's noses. I know that they
in the beginning they started pulling back. I've noticed. In the beginning,
I never had one. I never had a test for it or anything like that. I never did.
Obviously, we're still COVID ridden.
Yes, I'm riddled with it right now.
You're riddled with COVID.
685 days.
No,
later.
we had it in January, and we have we recovered from it, and
COVID.
We're fine.
I think we're triggering Elle because she's used to like if you say the word COVID, YouTube will pull your stream, and apparently now it's fine because like Jimmy Dore can say it and other people can say it, so you can say it.
We can say it now, right?
You can
After
say
my
it.
channel got zapped.
They fucking yanked Ricky's channel down, but now you can say it. Okay,
I know.
Thank you.
Thanks,
YouTube.
YouTube.
We are streaming on Twitch and on Twitter.
Jerky
So, you know, we
faces.
went to the top 3 censorship platforms. We're
We did.
testing
The
the
most censored.
waters.
We figured if we're going down, we're going down good. You know, we'll go down, burn 3 at once if possible.
We're not trying to.
False Positive
but-
is an excellent band name, but I've heard that before. That was a band in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, from the somewhere around in New York City somewhere. I remember. I can't remember.
So Lady Alex said we cannot make people communicate. One must have a personal awareness moment on their own. Yeah. I think we can guide them though.
Yeah, I think we could plant
I think we
seeds like
can
you
kind
guys
of-
were saying. You were
We
saying
have to plant
with the-
seeds without
Yeah.
shoving it in their face because people
Yeah.
are not they're not open to the idea of even if it's casual, they're not open to the idea of a debate on this. They're just not. So you really have to just like let them
Well,
come to you have to
and
let
when-
people feel like they figured it out for themselves.
Sure. That's
That's where
always
we're
the best
at.
way. Absolutely.
But it's like when they
teach
do,
anybody
when they
anything.
are accepting of what you're saying and you're telling them something, and I like expressed, I'm like, yeah, these, you know, people's cancers are coming out and people are having heart issues and fertility issues. And that's kind of where I started with it. And it was like, oh, like, whoa, that's like, I'm giving somebody this information that these things could potentially happen to them if they took these, you know, I mean, if they took these shots.
Right.
So
Yeah.
like, I feel like I'm like, it's like,
Kind of gotta.
like, I'm not gonna like, you know, hold back and not say it, but I'm gonna say it with as much, you know, tact and concern, because that's what it is. You know what I mean? It's really me being concerned, like, and I just kind of say, well, the best thing that I think that you can do, the best advice that I can give you, besides, you know, like gathering information, and, you know, and I'm a resource. I will point you in the direction of everything that I know, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here for you to use as a resource, but I would just say eat as healthy as possible that you possibly can. You know, try to do organic, you know, less exposure to any kind of chemicals or any type of thing like that. Why are you screaming at us?
Face up. Oh,
I think he wants a cup. I think he wants some water. And also like any kind of detoxifying that you can do. You know what I mean? Like, obviously I'm not a medical doctor. I can't give people medical advice, but that's just what I would do in the situation. And it's like, I feel like I feel out of place telling somebody that I have this information about something that they you know what I mean? Like, this should be on, you know, like the medical, like the field, like this should have never been a cover up to begin with. But now it's like we're bearing this burden of the knowledge that we have.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
heavy. It's
Yeah.
fucking heavy. And it's really fucked up that they're putting that burden on us.
No, it's totally fucked up. But yeah, I think the ethical skeptic, and I can't wait for the next 2 parts of this 3-parter that he's doing, but it really just shows you, you know, that not only the numbers, but the timeline in which these numbers, you know, either spiked or plummeted or did whatever. And I think one of the big ones is not just cancer, but like the people coming out of remission, man. That's a weird number too. I think that's mentioned. If it's not mentioned in this part, it'll be mentioned, I'm sure. But he really just like shows you. He doesn't, you know, he creates visuals. So
That's
that
great.
People
That's
can
really
see
great.
it, and he breaks it down, and he sources, and he shows you the source of the data, and so you can
I
challenge
like
it.
that. You know, I like factual. Like, I like to have the tactile things. I like to be able to see it. I like to be able to see, you know what I mean? And then be able to, okay, let me look at what you're presenting. And then I
Yeah.
can look into where you got that information from. And then, you know, like you know what I mean? Like do my own like research into that, because, you know, like no one's going to get everything 100%. Like that's
No.
just not like that, you know, like that's just not. I mean, unless you're Julian Assange, I guess.
Pretty good.
You know, he's pretty damn high up there. But you know, like it's, oh man, it's just so much to process. It's so hard to be in a place where you have so much information. And this is just one thing that's happening that we need to talk to people about.
Yeah.
It's like one thing. Like, and it's big, it's a huge thing. But in the scale of things, it's like we have so much that is happening. Steve. There's a weasel on the table.
Weasel on the table.
Bonkers just like
Dude, man.
goes up onto the table.
Come on.
Oh, Bonkers.
You're a little goofy, but get out of here.
Yeah, you're right though. You know, and it's not just what this guy's putting on his website. You know, this particular piece is focused on the shots, right? So that's just one part of the COVID thing, and then COVID is part of a bigger narrative because we're in this like paradigm shift where we're probably moving away from the U.S. dollar. We're destroying economies all over the world. We're destroying power grids all over the world. We're shifting to a completely new system with central bank digital currencies and social credit systems and UBIs, but not UBIs in a good way. UBIs in a you don't have a job anymore way.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. Take your 8th booster if you want your UBI. Think about that.
Don't forget, you know, part of that that booster bonus is doing your part for the Ukraine. We got to send you know, a few more $1 trillion over there.
Yeah, but if you want your stipend, you better get your 8th booster and be a great citizen. And they tested us, you know, during COVID with the whole stimulus. Ooh,
They didn't give people shit. I did not think that they could fucking fail this bad. Like when this was happening, I was like, oh, there's no way that they're not going to be able to give people health care and not give people a stimulus and shut everybody down. There's no way that people are going to go for that. I was proven wrong.
It's crazy because they got crumbs as they printed trillions and trillions of dollars. They gave you crumbs.
Just added money. They just were like, yeah, what is that?
People
were like,
money.
11. All right, let's call it 14 zeros, and we're good.
Yeah,
and then the fact that like our money is just like money on top of like fake money, like it's like it's like we have money based on interest of money that's already fake. It's like what the fuck?
Right, it's all bonkers. It's crazy.
It's yeah.
And now, but now they got people on that UBI thing. They're like, "Oh my God, Andrew Yang was right. He introduced this when he ran for president. All of a sudden, they're giving us money, and it feels so right because we had no work. Thank you, government. Thank you, government.
Here's the real
You're
bonkers.
So smart, government.
You're so smart, government. Thanks,
what do you
government.
think, bonkers? This is the real bonkers right here.
Bonkers.
Pretty.
He really is bonkers.
He deserves a UBI. Look at him.
Yeah, he wants some UBI. But yeah, they've like literally turned this idea UBI, which at some point in history I'm sure was a fantastic thing to talk about. But now they've completely weaponized that idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. As you knew they probably would. You know, like it's like how quickly can they turn this fucking pretty decent kind of cool idea for, you know, maybe just a little bit for something for everybody. Nah, not so much.
Yeah.
Just
no, they fucked us over with the whole money situation.
Feed. That's
like,
fucking $1,200 is fucking nothing.
We're so beyond.
We're so beat up as a fucking country, and poor people like us, we're like, oh, $1,000, okay, I'll take it. You know, like, oh God, we're so fucking broke. Just please run the money, put it in the machine.
Yeah, we'll take it. Like we'll take it because like we're like what?
Yes. Thank you, government. Thank you.
Thank you, government. Thank you, government.
American.
It's like they warded people off just enough. I don't even know how like that was enough for anybody. Like it's insanity to me. I don't know how people survived this. That they you know like.
Well, a lot of people didn't. A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, and then people. I mean, how many people gave up hope?
True.
Because of the conditions that we're in, because of what it is.
For the homies who didn't make it.
How many people like were just like, you know, I believe that this virus is so bad and so deadly, and the propaganda of how sick it made you, right? You know, like the placebo effect of that propaganda. How did that affect people? I haven't heard anybody even talk about that. Like, because like if you think something's going to kill you, it's going to put you on your deathbed and you're going to have a winter of death, and you really believe that, then what happens? You manifest that.
Yeah.
So what happened to all, like, how many people do you think just gave up because they thought that that was it, or they were old thinking that, oh well, if I give up, I'm saving the next generation or some shit, like how fucked up and twisted that is, but that's the propaganda that was put out there.
I mean,
and how many people,
it was fear around every corner. Like there was fear on TV, you're afraid of COVID, and then like if you went to the hospitals, apparently some hospitals made people feel even worse, obviously, because you go in there and they're like, oh, this is very serious, you need to be put on a ventilator, and we're going to give you remdesivir and like all this garbage, and then people were like, and then all of a sudden your family member who went in, with breathing issues, seemed like it was fixable, days later, oh, they might not make it. And it's like, no wonder. You're like literally freaking them out. You're pumping shit into their body that they don't need. You're literally suffocating them with the vents. Yeah, when you're really scared and that's the position you put them in, and they have no advocate, they wouldn't let anyone come in and like.
And they just believe that they're just going to die because that's what that's all that's been pushed on them.
Yeah. I mean, COVID was it was the best trick ever. It was the best trick ever because they knew they could make everyone subservient. They could scare everyone into submission, and that's what it was for, and that's what they did. And literally, and not only did they do that, they destroyed schooling, they pushed teleeducation. They're trying to mandate boop boops for kids. And like, parents are going to be pulling their kids out of school. So they're destroying the education system. They're destroying the healthcare system that we never even had. They're pushing for telemedicine because let's go on the internet to fucking diagnose a fucking serious issue. That's a really stupid idea. And they literally also destroyed the doctor-patient relationship because they didn't let doctors be doctors during COVID.
Right.
Yeah, I still don't
destroyed everything with
trust
COVID.
Doctors. Like I'm like, I had little trust beforehand.
One fell swoop, they took away all your trust for any medicine people that you had to fucking deal with on any level.
Yeah,
they took away all my trust of it. I have no faith in any of it now. None of it.
They didn't let doctors treat their patients.
I think ultimately that the thing
crazy
about the education system, our education system, at least since I've been a little kid, has been just fucking fucked and just garbage in America. And, if you went to if you were lucky enough to go to a good school that supported the arts and supported other things, then maybe you got a good education. But if you didn't, and you were just a poor kid from fucking, some shithole town, you were asked out. And I think that is just part of the indoctrination. You know what I mean? Like some of those schools, as far as like, by the time I got to 7th grade, they had pretty much done away with like all the industrial arts, all the things that you could learn how to fucking work on engines and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like things that would be handy to a young man or a woman, coming of age into this world. Yeah. And like practical skills are just out the fucking window. And I think, to be fair, that even though like it was pretty much crumbling and still is kind of crumbling, that infrastructure was good because you could reach so many people. But as it is now, it's just fucked and corrupted in so many ways, and just gross fucking ways, and terrible faculty and just, inappropriate people being in charge of your kids and stuff. So I think that the thing about that is those children that are pulled from those schools that are homeschool, I hope those homeschool parents build new networks and new fucking ways to teach the children those skills that are lacking, how to farm, how to fucking fix your fucking gasoline engine, how to fucking, you know what I mean? All of these things that are very practical, electronics, HVAC and fucking all of those things, they're so practical to have that knowledge base spread out among our population. It's a lot better than it is now because all that has been trending downward for like fucking 20 years, like really hard.
Yeah, and you look at like these textbooks that they use in schools, and they seem very smart, right? They seem very, there's so much, just a wealth of knowledge in these pages, but like
who actually wrote them?
But who wrote them, and what did that person, what was that person's education, right? What
was their indoctrination? Like,
what was their
indoctrination?
All that
when you're just passing on indoctrination, it's a cycle, man. Yeah. So when you're reading this history, you're like, oh, this is revised history. This is the history that has been passed down from the oligarchs. Whoever won the last war wrote this textbook, basically.
The winners. It was written by the winners.
I think that's how it happens through time. History is written by the winners. The revised version of it always is
in their favor too. They're gonna write it in their favor.
Can always, in most cases, unless they're extreme fascist and fucking burn all the books, you'll be able to go back and read other authors and other things from the time that actually tell the truth about stuff.
But how do you really know then?
It's really difficult deciphering what the fuck's true and what's not. And that's always the game. Propaganda is just, it's perfection. They've got it down to a science now.
And you never really know the exact history because you can't prove,
unless you're there,
history.
You don't fucking know.
Right. So you're doing your best. You can, right? You're doing your.
It's a game of telephone in the classroom. It's the same thing. You know what I mean?
But I feel like we've kind of known that with history for a long time now. A lot of people have kind of pointed that out over time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, because we had they've burned books in the past. So we know that like information gets lost. We know powerful people change the way we perceive history. Yep. But I think we're now just waking up to the fact that like, oh yeah, if they did that with history, they probably did that with science.
Yes.
And that's like the oh shit moment that people are having right now. Yep. Oh, did we go to the moon? Oh, is outer space what they tell us outer space is and what it could be, right? Like
I mean, now we're like looking back and we're like, oh my gosh, everything that we fucking thought we knew
when NASA's
could
like,
all be a lie.
When NASA's like, there's a new star a gajillion light years away, I'm like, but is there though? Is there though?
They might, like that's what they do every 2 weeks. They're like, oh, we found another super Earth. Everybody, we're moving Wednesday, like,
right.
Yeah. All right.
Like we're going to Mars. They're like, we're going to Mars.
I'm expecting Jim Carrey to fucking walk out and the lights go up and stuff. And the fucking clouds roll back and the guy in the control room yells down, cut or whatever. Right. Like, it's just it's a mind fuck. How many things that we don't really understand or even have even a clue about.
Not a clue. That's why, like, when people have these crazy theories about like things that we can't go really explore by ourselves, they say they've been there, but have they? We don't know. We're taking their word for it. I don't take anyone's word for anything. I need to see it myself, right? So if I can't see it, then all right, then I'm going to entertain theories. I don't care. Like, you really think you're smart by saying, oh, this guy was on the moon and back in the 60s, even though he looked like he was like a marionette, like with strings. Like, okay, if you say so, I mean, it looks fake to me, but like, if you think it's real, good for you.
It's like, I can see the strings.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I question
behind the curtain.
And it doesn't bring you security. Yeah. Like, it doesn't make you feel like safer at night to know that like everything that you've ever been taught could be a lie. It's not like a comfortable place to be, so I understand why people don't want to be there. They're like, I'd rather pretend to believe that this is true.
It's disconcerting to hold those thoughts in your head and just be, convince yourself.
But I'd rather have truth.
I've come to terms with it. I've had that moment where I'm like, really? No. And then like now I'm like, now I'm thoroughly fascinated by it. Now I'm thoroughly fascinated by the fact that, oh yeah, 9/11 wasn't what they told us when I was in grade school, when I watched all the news coverage on TV in my homeroom. I was like, no, that's not what happened, because this doesn't all add up. And we know this because science actually tells us that 9/11 was not what they told us it was.
I had to fly right back after that. Like I had dreams of like I had a nightmare of 9/11 happening. I saw it the week before it happened, and then I flew from Connecticut, to the West Coast to go visit my dad. So I'm like, I was 21 when it happened, and I'm like out on the West Coast visiting my dad, and I see the second plane like hit the building, and I'm just like sitting there going, oh fuck. And like I had to fly back home to Connecticut, like, right over New York. Like right after, like days after it happening, I was supposed to fly and I had to push my plane back. And I remember being like, holy shit, like, and at the time it's such a big and scary and alarming event. I couldn't get a hold of my family on the East Coast, like the cell phones were down, and it was like, oh, all this, and I believed what happened then.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, shit, man. You look back and you can see the psyops that they got you with, and it's like, fuck, man, they're fucking good at this. At least good enough to influence the people to make them fill in the blanks and make them believe themselves. Like we like, because there was like so much unity afterwards, and like, everyone felt like they were coming together from it. And I was gonna go down to New York I was gonna go down and help and volunteer at Ground Zero. I was supposed to go down there with the local firefighter. My friend was a firefighter, and he ran the canteen, and we were gonna go to New York, and holy shit. Like, and we were gonna bring his dog to do search and rescue. And like we were gonna, and I had an ex that went down there, and she never smoked a day in her life, and she ended up with like black lung and like all these health issues after being down there. So it's like, holy shit, like the things that didn't happen, it's crazy,
Yeah, and the things that did happen,
and the things that did, it's
lots of people got sick, lots of people breathed lots of bad things,
and lots of people still believe that is what happened that day.
Yes.
Yeah,
that narrative.
More people believe it.
Ridiculous. It's actually a ridiculous narrative if you think about it.
It's so stupid. Like
Americans,
it blows my mind. Like, not to offend anybody, because I think that's one thing is when we are talking about these kind of things with people, we need to remember that we need to be humble enough to put ourselves in their shoes. Like, did you believe that? Then please admit that. And when somebody says like, holy shit, I was wrong on something, give them the courage, like give them praise for having the courage to come forward to say that. Because that takes a lot. It takes a lot more to say, holy shit, I was fooled, I was wrong, than to just like, it's easier for them to stay in their bubble and bear down and bear down and bear down. I have a lot more respect for somebody who comes out later on and was like, hey, I was wrong, or I was fooled. Like that, fuck respect, man. Fucking give that person the props. And we gotta remember to do that, and not make it a I told you so moment, but make it, hey, yeah, welcome. Let's see what else like, let's spread this information. Let's help others come to this realization too. And because you've been on that side of it, like, how can we do that? How did somebody reach across that? And how are they able to share that information with you? How, what I mean? Like, how did it work for you? What was your process? Because everybody's going to be different, and how they accept the information, accept the new information, accept that they were fooled, like it's not an easy thing to convince people of that.
Yeah.
And most people don't want to admit that they were fooled.
Nope.
It's not a good place to, it's not comfortable. It's not a comfortable place to be. It's not comfortable to have the information.
and it's a long conversation too, because like for 9/11, like that didn't directly impact the whole world. It directly impacted a portion of the world. There were thousands of people implicated, whether, they had a family member connected to the World Trade Center, or, whatever.
Or just people that flew, flying before 9/11
flying.
and flying after 9/11.
Well,
Two completely different things. And age is a factor too.
Yeah, but that's like the aftermath. That's like the horrible legislation. And they manufacture consent for the whole Patriot Act nonsense, right? But like,
it just all connects to
with 9/11. It was like one traumatic event. And it's easy to say, okay, so the details aren't exactly what they sold us on, right? With COVID, it's kind of multi-pronged, right? Because you had like the initial sickness, what happened in the hospitals and the
where did it start? Like the start of like
the mystery of the origin. The mystery of the origins, and then like the hospital deaths, which is its own thing that people need to know about, which people are doing some good work over there, kind of exposing what happened in hospitals and why that whole protocol was just medical murder, basically. And then you have the whole rollout of the jabs like that. It's a multi-pronged thing, and each part is so important. And like to understand, because like to understand one, you're like, well, if this is like this, then why do we do all this? You have to understand all of the parts of this. That's the issue with COVID. There's so much to know.
So much.
Yeah. Not that there isn't so much to know about 9/11. You could literally, I've spent hours studying different parts of 9/11.
Yeah.
Because there's so many different parts
but
to
that's
that one story.
Specific targeted thing. This isn't like, this is spread out. Like this is like, this took years of planning, and this is part of an agenda that they were, like this was all, I mean, and even if you just start at like where the outbreak happened, and you don't go into the deeper dive of everything else before it, and all of those pieces, if you just start with it came from a lab or it came from a wet market, even if you just start there, it's not just like that's like, like 9/11, it was like, okay, the buildings, the Pentagon, the plane, like there's certain specific targeted events that happened, right? With this, it's like, it started there, but like the origin of how that, you know what I mean? You follow that trail backwards, and
then global governments and media in lockstep with different messaging. Incredible. Like, and every month there is something new. I was like, oh, the masks, now the double masks, now hydroxychloroquine, now remdesivir, no, ivermectin, but not ivermectin. I mean, it was a, we went past like the whole like, we got bad intelligence and we started a war. That's how simple it was back in 9/11. Oh, we got bad intelligence and now we started a war. Oopsie poopsie.
Oops,
and we
mission accomplished.
Like
it was just like, what?
That wasn't gonna fly anymore. So now what they did, instead of giving the government bad intelligence and messing up, oops. Now they bombard us with information. They bombard us with like, oh my God, this new thing, that new thing, this thing. So we're so like, we're in the, there's so much crossfire of information going on that your average person can't keep up. They don't have the time to keep up. They have like 2 kids they have to feed. They're like, what?
It's too taxing.
It is exhausting.
It's so overwhelming.
Yep.
I know.
It is.
It's a lot. I mean, we think about how many hours have we put into just researching and then re-researching and then learning that research wasn't right, and then like even more like the amount of time and dedication that we've put into this, and it's like we can't let it go to waste. We got to share this information that we have, and then on top of it, it's like the censorship is like completely been over the top and overbearing, like oh my gosh. Like people are like, what is this Hunter laptop story? Like people have no idea. Like they're just not aware of the things, because the machine has been working so well. And it's like, holy shit. Like in the beginning of all of this, I remember saying to Steve, well, there's just no way that they got all the doctors everywhere in all the hospitals. Like, I was like, there's just no way that they did that they got that many people all in lockstep together. There's no way that they could do that. There's no way that every little doctor. And then I learned how the organizations at the top, the WHO, the CDC, and how they from there, how their funding works, and how, I was just at my doctor's office recently, and they told me that in order if they receive any Medicaid or Medicare patients, then they are required to require certain things of their patients in their office. It's not based on science. It's based on, if you actually take these kind of patients, then everyone who comes in here has to wear a mask. That's the science.
Basically, the science is if you're poor and you take Medicare and Medicaid,
if you're a doctor, if your practice
yes,
accepts these patients and accepts funding from state or federal governments to pay for it, you're required to wear that mask in there. Yeah. And I refused. Yeah. I'm just like, no, I'm not doing it. The lady came out and brought me one. I'm like, thanks. I never put it on both times I was at that office. Like, I'm just like, no. And then I see the people in the back, not to get anybody in trouble or rat anybody out, but they don't have their masks on in the back. But in the front of the store,
it's just, it's illusory.
The mask thing also became very classist. The mask, it became very classist very fast. Like,
well, that right there proves the classist nature of it, because if you have state insurance, that's the kind of insurance that poor people have, and if you take that insurance, then you have to wear your mask when you go to the doctor.
It's like when
what? The whole office, though, even if you're not a state insurance or a Medicare patient, the office itself has to. The whole place has to do it.
It's like when you go to a Broadway show. Oh my God, you must be masked up for the entire performance. But if you're drinking, some whiskey from our bar, you're allowed to, sip your whiskey without your mask on.
Sure.
Yeah, if you're paying $15-$16 for a drink at our bar, then if you're
amazing.
Money talks, baby.
Yeah,
it's classist.
That is exactly what is happening with the mask thing, and to a lesser degree, I see some people just out in the world, just like tragic people still wearing that mask, like.
A lot.
It's like, dude, it's 90 degrees out. What are you doing? You're outside. Why are you wearing a mask? Like,
it's gross.
It's
a lot of people wear them outside.
It's crazy.
People won't let it go. People it's so weird in New York, because I'm like, guys, don't you see everyone around you who's not wearing a mask going about their day, and they're not coughing all over you? They're perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
I live in the most congested city in the entire country. I live in Manhattan. I live on the most congested island of the most congested city. I ride the most congested subway system. I do the biggest events. I work the biggest events in the country. Biggest events with thousands of people indoors.
Right.
I should if COVID is the most contagious thing we've ever seen, I should have had it 10 times over.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
Yeah.
You can't just say, "Oh, your immune system, you're just lucky. It's genetic." No, bullshit. Where is it? Because I know plenty of people who have great immune systems that have got it multiple times.
Sure.
They have great immune systems.
Sure.
So where is it? I didn't wear the mask. I didn't get the thing. Where is it?
Nope.
We need to really start asking questions, because the science, as they have told us, doesn't seem to be checking out with a lot of people that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I have a friend. Sorry, I just want to say this real quick. I have a friend that never got it, never got the boob, never masked, really he never got it. Never got it. His girlfriend, the wife now, because I was his best. I was oh my God, I was just at his wedding. The wife got it. He never got it. What the fuck?
If it's so contagious, why can you be next to someone who has it and not get it? Really?
And then Steve, Skyla, and we all got it. Skyla first, and then it was me, and then it was you, right, Steve? You were behind me.
Yeah.
And it's weird because all of our symptoms were very linear too.
Very linear. same exact symptoms.
Very
Like,
weird.
and we had just gone to the supermarket or wherever that I'm sure that's where we picked it up, and then
Yeah, who the fuck
brought it
knows?
home, got it, and
It sucked. It sucked. It
It sucked
wasn't
for, like,
nice. It wasn't like a pleasant thing to have. You
But
know,
after about 8 or 9 days, I felt like I was pretty normal again, and my body had gotten rid of it completely. So,
but
yeah, I
Skylar
haven't-
still
I
doesn't
haven't had
really
a
have
s-
her
a
taste
single, even,
or
like,
smell. Still,
nope. Yeah, and so and
the
so
doctor
his
said it can
taste
be
is
like a
still
year
fucked.
for some people. A year, and that means
year.
it got into your brain. Is what that?
Mine
is
was
what our doctor
mine was
said.
gone for a couple of days. Like,
Yeah, I
had
remember
no
that
taste.
happening. I remember losing
That was
my
bizarre.
like taste and stuff, and it was really a weird thing. And it was like she would get the symptoms, and then like a couple days later, I would get the symptom, and then Steve would get it a couple days after me. Like it was really weird, and it was like all the same. Like
Right.
all of us were
None
like,
of us were more sick than the other. It was like the same exact equal sickness. It was very strange that way. Like,
It is very weird, right?
yeah,
it reminded me a lot of
it acted like a program.
yeah. It felt like it was a computer program running through us. And
Interesting.
I mean, we've never gotten, we never got tested for it or anything like that. We figured out by, elimination that, we lost our smell and, taste. Like, we're like, okay, yeah, we think it's COVID, so we call it COVID,
Lady
whatever it
Alex-
is.
Lady Alex says, just eat your bananas and you will repel the monkeypox.
That's right.
I believe her. She's a nurse.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, the whole thing has been suspect, man. I mean, remember like back in the early days of COVID, the cruise ships, were all, pulling in to port with all these sick people. But you would have these people who were bunkmates together. One was like really ill, and the other one who was in this little, how these little rooms are
I did.
on these cruise ships, they would be fine. They would have someone who would be in the room with the person who's sick in these little itty bitty rooms with no ventilation, unless you had a nice balcony on your cruise ship and you can open the door. You weren't getting ventilation in that shit. No way. On a cruise ship, that
And
is
you're
a petri
breathing
dish.
in that same air. What do you think that that's doing to yourself? Like,
Yeah.
like,
And then you have people with COVID, and someone with COVID and their bunkmate who didn't have COVID. It's like, what's going on? Very weird. We really, and these are the things we're not studying. They just say, oh, it's a thing, and it's just making everyone sick, and everyone just said, yeah. No, there was no scientist that was like, can I see that paper, please? There was no scientist that stepped forward and said, hey, well, there are people that have stepped forward since and said, hey, can you prove there's an isolated, like, can you show us the isolated virus so we can like have a look in the lab? There are those people, and they don't have to show this. They literally don't have to show this information. They don't have to prove that this causes this. They don't have to show it. They don't have to do any of this, and they don't have to study any of these weird things. These things that don't really add up with the whole COVID narrative. It's like, how are people getting sick, and how is this person not sick but this person is, and they shared the same air? Like, why don't we know these things? We don't, and they're not studying these things. It's so weird to me. It's like, why this is, if I were a scientist, I would be so obsessed with these. Well, I'm already obsessed with it. I'm not even a scientist, but like, I'd be
I
so
know,
obsessed
like,
with finding
we're
these things out. Like, they don't. Where are these research papers? Like, I mean, they're clearly not getting funded, but like,
I know we should just
So
have
that's
like
another-
so much information right now. Like,
It's
we
like
should
an
have like,
example right there. Like CEB Applejack 59 said, people at my job got COVID and I was with them every day and never got a thing. Some people got 0 symptoms. Some people got fucking knocked on their ass. Some people
Yeah,
just got
it
like the
makes
kind of sick that we got, which was sort of like, not so much the flu, but just kind of a sucky cold.
yeah.
That was it.
yeah, it was weird. It reminded me a lot of Lyme disease, and I've
Yeah.
seen that some doctors
A
have
lot
put
of
the
symptoms are
connection
similar.
between Lyme disease and COVID. So we'll have to go down that rabbit hole, Ricky, because like I feel like there's some, and I felt so I've dealt with Lyme disease since I lived in East Lyme, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Where Plum Island is right out, and guess what? Deer swim. I'm just gonna
No,
say
they do
deer
not.
swim.
That
They
is a
should.
conspiracy
They swim.
theory.
And
But
Plum
also bugs-
Island is
but
right
bugs
off
fly.
the coast of Connecticut. And I
Bugs
lived
fly
in
too.
East
That's right.
Lyme.
And plums do not grow in Connecticut. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
I
But
don't know what that means.
the way that it felt like in my body and everything like that, like it reminded me of like when the Lyme disease has come out, because Lyme disease, like everyone thinks like you take the antibiotics and it goes away. It doesn't. It
Like
can go
subsides
into
a little bit.
remission. It can come
Yeah.
out at any time. And it reminded me a lot of it. I didn't have like the whole upper respiratory thing with the COVID as much. Like I didn't have a lot of like, it wasn't like really bad, like coughing and the whole upper respiratory. For me, it was more like the other symptoms I had. Like it was like I was just like wiped out, like exhausted. And like I
whole
could
body
feel
fatigue,
it in
right?
my bones. Yeah, like
Yeah.
my bones felt it. Like I could feel every
Yeah.
bit of my vertebrae down my back. Like I remember feeling like that and going, gosh, this reminds me so much of Lyme disease. And people were like, what are you talking about? But I've seen some information about how people have said how like doctors have studied it, have said that Lyme disease and this COVID seem to be very similar. I mean, maybe it's just a bio, thing. Like, I don't know how much trouble I want to get in.
Yeah,
I
watch
don't
what you're
know.
saying. You're on the YouTube, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
I wonder if there is a connection of some sort. I don't even know, but
It certainly felt really similar. I've had Lyme disease, and I definitely contracted it, years back, and got the bullseye. Got it twice like that, actually. And so I know I have it in me, and when it flares up, it does. It feels a lot like the debilitating effects of like the flu or something, where you can't get out of bed and you're just
like chronic fatigue. Almost like
chronic fatigue and ache, where you just you're just like you ache.
And
like
I have
your bones hurt and
fibromyalgia.
shit.
At least that's what I've been diagnosed. You know what I mean? And it feels a lot like that same thing. Fibromyalgia is a little bit different. It's not like your bones; it's more your nerves. And it feels like, to me, the way that I describe fibromyalgia, because I had to like go through a bunch of tests like years ago, and they had to like cancel out lupus, and they had to cancel out, like all these other things that they actually have tests for. They think that they might actually have a test for fibromyalgia now, is what they're saying. Yeah. It is, just preliminary type stuff. But like it feels like you want to crunch up like a bottle of foil, like if you're taking tinfoil and you're just like crunching it up. But if it feels like that, but at the same time, like when you feel like you need to stretch, like you're like, oh, and you get that relief from like a good stretch. It feels like you need to stretch, but you can't stretch and relieve that. You know what I mean? That feeling that you get when you relieve a stretch, like you're like, oh, I feel better now. I stretched it out or whatever. Like you wake up and you don't get that relief though. You're in that feeling like you need to stretch, but it doesn't matter what you do. You don't get that like relief. You know what I mean? Like some people like they crack their knuckles and it feels like they get, a relief from cracking their knuckles. Like you don't get that with fibromyalgia. It feels like you want, your body wants to crunch up, but also like touch hurts, like, certain like levels, like if people touch you like in a certain way, like if it's not like firm enough or if it's like too soft, it can really hurt. It's a really weird thing to have, and it's really hard to describe because it's like that's like the only way that I can really like, it feels like is like when you go to stretch and you're like, oh, that feels good, and you're getting like that relief from it, but you don't. It's like you feel like you just never get that relief. It's weird, but I think it's all connected.
I mean, maybe there could be a connection, or there could just be, multiple things that cause these sort of debilitating illnesses.
Well, they say Lyme disease mimics like, I think it's like 40 or 50 different like diseases,
Yeah, Lyme seems to be really impossible to like figure out.
Yeah, they're really weird about it too. They don't like to test for it. The doctors around here, like, I feel like I have more information about it than they do a lot of the times.
Yeah, it's a very controversial disease for whatever reason, and it seems like the authorities are the reason doctors are weird about it.
They don't like people testing for it, and then they had a vaccine for it, like, and then
how do you vaccinate for something you don't really understand? Like, well, here we are, huh? So, dun, 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 like.
Using that critical thinking, Ricky. Yeah, like I know.
Yeah,
and
we created a
weird.
vaccine for this thing that we don't really know anything about, but the thing is gonna work because we say so. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Cool, good talk. But
I
yeah,
know.
yeah, the whole Lyme thing is very weird. And it's very controversial. I've noticed that when I've like read up on it, and it's like doctors don't really say what they mean sometimes. I feel like when it comes to Lyme, they don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of pushback about Lyme disease and like even like getting doctors to test for it, even in Connecticut, where Lyme disease supposedly came from in the 70s. You know what I mean? Like, it came from East Lyme, Connecticut, and that's where, or no, it came from Lyme, Connecticut. That's where it came. That's where Lyme disease got its name. But I lived in a town next door in East Lyme, and that's where I got it. And this was back in the 90s.
Yeah, it's been around for a long time. And another condition, we'll call it, because I don't even know what to call it, that is similar to this in the way that like the authorities have clearly cracked down on the down low, and doctors are very hesitant to talk about it or explore the topic altogether, is Morgellons. And it seems like there might be overlap between Morgellons and Lyme, although that's very weird. And it is connected to certain bacteria, but it also feels like there might be an element of some kind of bioweapon or synthetic something or other, that, you know, if you made it, you probably know what it is, but if you didn't, good luck figuring it out, right? It really feels like, you know, some of the biggest theories are like there's some kind of biofilm that's causing a lot of these different things. And then you have to go down that rabbit hole. The whole biofilm rabbit hole is very, very exhilarating. But there are a few doctors out there that have really explored it. I don't know that it has a strong overlap with COVID, but maybe there is.
And that's the thing. We're not even supposed to be to question that at all. Like, we're not even like, you know, like we've been forced to be these people that self-censor, that don't talk about the things, don't talk to each other. You know, it's not about that. You know,
it's bad.
And it's gone on so long, to the point where so much information and so much has come out about it that we're like, how do we talk to our neighbor without making them go, yeah, right, you're crazy, and just walking away and never hearing it? And then, you know, at the same time, it's like then the propaganda just kicks in and it works better for them. You know what I mean? It's like, and then all this burden is put on us. It's like we suddenly have this whole big burden to bear, that it's like, you know, wanting, you know, the people that actually care about humanity and want people to be okay are now the ones that are put in the position with the information to tell the people. Like, they're kind of like they're using us to do what they should be doing.
Yeah, it's hard, because you would assume that if people, you know, people see that YouTube keeps censoring people over, like, it gets to the point where like the censorship is like blatantly stupid. Like, back like in the beginning of COVID, it was like, oh, that person said this wrong thing about COVID, and they, you know, they're spreading lies, and of course people will fall for that because that's easy. Oh my God, it's a dangerous time. We can't be lying about the details, and even though there's really no incentive to lie about the details, you know. But like, as you see more and more of this happening, and they're clamping down on everything. Like you can't even say, well, this is my opinion. I don't know, but this is my opinion. Like if you can't even do that now, like you have like red flag. There has to be red flags. Like guys, come on. Like they're not censoring for your safety or your health or our safety, our health. Clearly not. There's clearly something much bigger going on right now. You would think they would wake up. If these kinds of events don't wake people up just by themselves, what are we going to say or do that's going to snap them out of a trance? I don't know. We have to create these bodies of work via video, like via streaming or via Substack or via book writing or via websites like theethicalskeptic.com and just create these big bodies of work, and we all need to contribute in any way that we know how and have conversations face to face. That's a huge thing too. But if we have a big body of work that's just out there and people just keep stumbling across this big body of work, and I know that like the algorithms are not in our favor, and I know the search engines are not pointing towards these types of things, but if this is out there, it's eventually just going to circulate and people are going to land on it, and we just have to keep being loud because we have to be as loud as they are silencing, you have to be louder than the repression. There was a time where Ryan Christian T-Lav had this awesome, like there was the blog page, and all the blog page kept changing and stuff, but like at one point there was a killer one that had like everything on it that you wanted, like every study, you know what I mean? It was just like this massive fucking database of stuff, just this one thread, this one page that you could share with people. And I was like, just share with everybody that I could think of. For months I shared that fucking thing. So I know they got a lot of traffic, you know what I mean? And that's the way, is just like, here's a fucking wealth of knowledge on all of these topics, all of these things that we're talking about. He breaks it down. And, and not just him, you know what I mean? There's plenty of others as well. So that, I mean, that's what we got to do, is just, pool all of those resources and fucking present them for people to ingest.
It's hard
and digest.
It's hard because people start going after individuals because they're not up to date on everything or this or that, and it's like we need to stop and pull our fucking resources together and stop letting this divide us.
That's the thing. Like I was just saying, to combine, like Elle just said that Ryan Christian and James Corbett had an awesome conversation, like just between those two guys and the content that they've put together. You know what I mean? You could outline every bit of what we've just talked about, like the key points that you're trying to express to people. You know what I mean? Even just pointing them to their work that already exists.
But not everybody's ready for that level of it. And it's really hard. It's like, I feel like we need some kind of guide. Like we need to build a guide like that says, okay, does the person understand this part? Then this is a good resource. You know what I mean? And if they get this, then this is a good resource.
Skip
you know what I mean? Like
part
we need
two.
a database of like resources, like their level of understanding of where we are at with this whole thing. You know what I mean? And the deeper down we go, the bigger the resource.
It's like a choose your own adventure for psyops. It's crazy.
I feel like we need something like that to kind of help, like to give people the right level of it. You know what I mean? Like whether it's videos or articles, like these are a good starting point. If you're at this level, then this is a good starting point for you. You know what I mean? But if you understand a little bit more of these other, you know what I mean? This depth of it, this rabbit hole goes much deeper. How far down do you want to go? Like I feel like we need something where we have a universal spot that we can just kind of have updated information to be able to give to people and direct them so that we're getting it's I feel like, we got to use the same kind of like techniques that they're using for propaganda, but we need to make like an easy, like DIY, like,
like
something. I don't know how. Like I don't
like an index,
know how to make it. You know what I mean? But like like having
like a
somewhere.
very like clever and thoughtful index.
Yes.
Where you can just
like some kind of like just.
Do you think 19 Middle Eastern dudes did 9/11? Start here,
Yes. Like
it's gonna get crazy.
Like the truth, like it, and then it's so much, I mean, like it would take so many like great minds contributing to it. You know what I mean? It would if we could have one database where we could be like, yeah, these are people that we trust within our communities, and we can't individually verify every, you know what I mean? But this is the information that I have on this, and this is what I have on this, and this, because it's like I feel like it's so many people have little bits and pieces of it and have different resources. It's hard to know who to trust. And like with all of our mistrust and wanting to like go down the rabbit hole more, it's like we need to know who we can trust, though. Like,
it's
why
hard.
do we trust them?
Well, yeah, this is why I've really thought about like doing some kind of long form writing project and just like putting it all out there, knowing that I'm not a medical doctor, knowing that I'm not a scientist, knowing that I'm not a fancy scholar in academia, although I did go to college. Because like I think people
even going to college can mean you've just been indoctrinated. You know what I mean? Like
right. Well, that's part of it, right? I think someone needs to write it out. This is something I do want to do it at some point when I have time to do it, because the poors don't have much time sometimes.
I know.
I'm working so much right now. But someone needs to start at the beginning of all this. And I mean like the beginning. Like I want you to go back in time and saying, this is kind of how we got here, guys. That's the real big part. Once people understand how we got here, then I think everything else becomes a little bit more easy to sell to people. It's like, oh shit, this is what we were doing like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They were doing this in the 50s, 60s, post World War II, whatever. Like, whoa.
Yeah, like maybe each decade, like how a decade, you know what I mean, go on decade to decade, like, and it's like this, like these are the points here, these are the things, and then like from there, there's like a whole like offshoot, you know what I mean, of that. Like if you click on this link, then there's, these are all the links for that, and then from there, it's because it's so much and it's been going on for so long, and we've been raised with the lies, like the lies that became our truth because that's what we were taught, that's what our parents were taught, and like we have to break that cycle of all these lies that just keep getting compounded on top of each other and on top of each other.
Yep. I mean, yeah, that's the problem. To really understand, and this is kind of how I come at it, is I've been studying this for probably a year and a half, like nonstop. This whole COVID thing. I'm like, what is going on? I'm going to study this. We're doing these rollouts with Moderna, this company that no one's ever heard of is rolling out this thing. Like something's weird. So I got really into it because I'm like, this smells like bullshit. And like it smelled wrong.
More people can usually smell it faster.
I can smell it faster. It's true. So like I'm coming at it from like, what is going on? And then once I learned a little bit, I'm like, but why? And then I had to go back and then I'm like, oh, the whole system has been screwed from the beginning. Like our whole perception of healthcare is off. Our whole perception of the health authorities is off.
It goes back to it goes back to oil, big oil. It
goes back to it goes back to Rockefeller oil and medicine and all that, how that kind of overlapped in a weird way, and how they like had influence over like the medical associations, and that influenced the hospitals, and that influenced the doctors, and that influenced the patient. And you're like, oh my shit. And you just see like the chain of events that happened. And then you saw like on the other end, because not only do you have like that, the Rockefeller thing is just one huge part of it, but then you have like the corruption of all of the government entities, FDA over time, CDC over time.
The federal bank, like the federal bank's got its little fucking hands in this shit.
Yeah, you have banks involved. You have all kinds.
Then you
of
have like
things.
all the people in the Congress, it's like in all the government branches, and then
right.
like,
You have military. You have military. You know, involved in some of this as well. Like literally, like the National Cancer Institute moved to Fort Detrick, which is like where they like make all the horrible shit, like where everyone.
And that was brought to you by Rockefeller.
I mean, that's who started all this. Yeah.
Rockefeller brought you the fucking Cancer Society,
Yeah.
and they've been battling it for all this time and studying it. And what happens? We get increased rates of it, and it becomes more common. Where it used to be like what, 1 in like 100 or something, and now it's like 1 in like 2 people. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's weird, right? All this money gets pumped into cancer research. All this money got pumped into AIDS research, and they didn't fix anything.
And then I hear things like ivermectin is like, you know, it's a horse paste, and it wouldn't ever be used to cure cancers or anything, because that's what I've heard, is that the horse paste is used for that.
It can,
you know, and wild turkey tail and like mushrooms, like the Rockefellers came in and they completely wiped out the fact that like, but they're like, yeah, all this ancient medicine, all these herbs, all like, imagine how much research went into the fact that we now know that we can take echinacea for our colds, like and elderberries, and how much research went into that. How many people got sick and went through stuff and they tested it on people and all these plants. Like, imagine the actual, like the people that went through the things for us to know what herbs do what things.
Yeah, and guess what? That was before randomized control trials, you know.
Yeah. So like,
even
how
existed.
many people went through that, and all that knowledge that we have on these plants, and why does the FDA not study them? Why do they like not look at why does it always say on the side of like an herbal thing, like, let's see, it will say like, you know, where is it? Oh, I don't know if it has it on this one. It's, oh yeah, okay. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Yeah, it's not intended, but I'm sure it is.
So like, how weird is that it's not? And like, I use something like this, arnica, and it's a homeopathic, and homeopathics don't have side effects.
Not usually, I guess.
No, not homeopathics.
Shouldn't.
Because it's the essence of the, you know, of what it is. So
right.
It's not really the actual thing.
Right.
But
yeah,
you know, and it's thousands and thousands of years of people studying this and figuring out all of that. But it like completely went out the window when the Rockefellers came in and were like, no, that's quackery. That's not real medicine.
Yeah, that term.
Yeah, why is it not why is it that this is really?
Yeah, we don't know what medicine is anymore. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. And then every time someone has a breakthrough, it's like they shut them down. Shut them down. There are people who have had like what they claim to be cures for cancer, and those places got shut down. There's multiple breakthroughs people have had, and they got shut down. That shows you, even if those people call them quacks, but the way they like violently shut these people down, and they have other people pushing shit that doesn't help you at all. You know, they let Big Pharma sell you whatever the hell, and it takes you like, you know, it takes a bunch of deaths before they'll pull the plug on a product. It's like, oh, okay. But like when someone says they have a cure for cancer and they get shut down, they're like, well, that person just made that thing up. That wasn't approved.
There's a guy that went to
Oh,
prison
okay.
for curing his own cancer. I was just
Yeah.
looking into him a little bit. Apricot seeds.
That's the rumor. That's one of them. Yeah.
Apricot seeds. And he cured, like his own cancer went away. Was it mind over matter? I mean, who knows?
Who knows?
Won't know because they were like, no, you did this, and now we're gonna lock you away. We're
But
not
I should
gonna
tell
look
you
into
something.
this.
I should tell you something. Well, what was the charge? Like he lied about a cure or something? Like what's the cure? What's the? Can you not eat apricot seeds? Is that a law? So what's the charge? You like medical misinformation probably.
I don't know. That's what's insane about it. It's like instead of like looking into it and going, oh, wow, so like the guy might have cured cancer or his own cancer. He made himself better. Like, is that not like, but people will see, Jesus at a cat's ass, and be like, oh my God. But we can't like look at that as being something that's like a miracle or something that's really highly important to look at and look into.
Yeah.
Like people are more concerned with celebrities than a guy who cured cancer. Like,
Yeah.
it's insane. It's like until something directly affects the person, they can't like there's a filter there, like where it's just.
And this is why I think like mushrooms, became illegal. I don't think mushrooms became illegal because people were tripping balls off that shit. I think it became illegal because they realized there are medicinal properties to these mushrooms. And they really pushed the like, oh yeah, these kids are partying with it, and they wanted these kids to party with it so they could be like, oh, those kids are partying with it, and they're crazy, and they're like jumping off of roofs and breaking their legs and shit, which did happen. It was a wild time, but like I feel like they didn't want people to know that there's medicinal properties. Same with marijuana, obviously. There's a lot of medicinal properties in marijuana, and now they're trying to push it makes you crazy or something. I'm like, really? Because it really makes me lazy, chill, and hungry. But like, whatever, if you say so. Yeah, I feel like they keep demonizing these like perfectly harmless things that probably have more medicinal properties than we even know, and they're hiding that. I'm sure they're hiding that because that Rockefeller medicine, man, it is a thing. It's so
It all goes back to oil. Like the mainstream medicines that they have chemicals in them that are derived from petrochemicals.
Yeah, we have petrol-based medicine. Mm-hmm.
And it's insane to me. Like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that like doctors were pushing something that was like why are they pushing something that's based on, oil? Why do our medications have all these extra things in there that they don't have to have?
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah. I mean,
and a lot of that, I've read about that actually. There's a lot of things like where like a major pharmaceutical company will create a product that doesn't work. And this is common. They just create a thing. They're like, we're going to try to sell a thing, but it doesn't really work. What can we do? And then there's a generic company that sells probably something that's much healthier, maybe even a natural thing that has some kind of good quality, good medicinal quality to it. And what they'll do is they'll buy out that product and they'll like mix the products so their garbage can be in there with their patent or whatever, and then they mix in the thing that actually helps you a little bit, and they'll sell this like garbage, which they could have just turn around and sold the thing that they bought up.
Are you talking about Paxlovid?
No, I'm not talking about Paxlovid. No. But that is Pfizer-Mectin, isn't it?
Yes.
So it kind of feels like that, right? But that's the kind of thing. Like they can't just buy like this generic thing and then turn around and sell it because someone else will come in and use it because it's not on patent, right? But if it's patented, then it's their technology. So they mix it with the thing that actually works and then sells it. They sell it like that, and like that's a real thing that they do. It's like what? because it's all about money. It's like they don't care if it's the best thing for you. So it's got side effects, and it's not as effective as it could be because it's half good and half garbage. That's a real thing.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It is. It's they get you from every angle. Like they get it from every single angle.
And we like let it happen every time.
I know, and it's like I don't know. I'm like we're very small in the larger scheme of things, and there's so many people, and it's like there's so many people that need to be reached and that need to be aware of information, and it's so overwhelming to know how many people that are on the wrong side of things.
Millions, billions, billions have no clue.
And it's heartbreaking because if they did know, they would probably make different decisions. But they're not given that information. They're not. It's completely, they're not even given the opportunity to think that way, to go in the direction of where we are, because it's all censored or it's kept from them, or they're just conspiracy theorists, or it's like every label, every which way that they can possibly think of to get you to not think about that, they do, and they implement.
Yep.
They're so good at it. They're so good at the propaganda.
They perfected it.
We can't. I know, and it's depressing because it's like I know, we're not going to be able to get to everybody. We're not going to be able to save as many people as we want to. But we didn't choose this. This was chosen for us.
Yeah, it was thrust upon us. It's going to take a lot of tragedy. It's going to take more of these events that you're seeing, people dropping dead.
Yep.
It's going to take something big. I don't know what's going to be the event that really wakes people up, because
I think if there's a big uptick in people just falling out all over the fucking place, on the fucking the 12th of November, and fucking 700 people fucking just get myocarditis and fucking die.
It has to be enough a mass event.
People for it to be shocking for everyone, and then then maybe we can wake up more people. After that.
It's sad that it has to be so.
It has to be a sledgehammer. It can't be you can't be a gentle nudge.
And again, another reason why this whole COVID thing is so ingenious, right? It's happening just slow enough right now where most people are like, nah, it's not really that different. Nothing's really changed, but the numbers say otherwise. But when you spread it out over the entire world over many, many months, it doesn't seem that different if you're not really paying attention. Unless you just happen to be one of those families that lost a bunch of people after the rollouts. And that there are those families, but they're few and far between that have several family members like that.
Yep.
I think the kids is what's unfortunately. I think it's gonna be when the kids start really getting hit by it harder as they push these, farther along. And there are less people going out to just do it than in the beginning when it comes to the children. But I think when the kids start having issues, and then they how are they going to explain that?
Yeah, the kids weren't dropping dead to COVID at all.
No,
the ones they did say dropped dead, most of them did not have COVID at all, or did not die from COVID. They died from some other terminal illness. They really had to ramp those few numbers up for the kids, because there's only been a few dozen that have allegedly died from COVID. So like they really had to like sell the idea that kids were at risk when they're just not.
Yeah, like my grandfather that just passed away, I say he died with COVID. It wasn't from COVID.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he died from COVID. I feel like it was a complication of many things, but he was 88 years old too. You know what I mean? Like at that point, and after everything, like we're lucky we have any 88-year-olds at this point with what they've done and how they've treated everybody. I mean, like I don't think people even realize, because of the beginning they isolated us and potted us up, like we were talking about that in the beginning, and they got people to not talk to each other. People are still not talking to each other. Yep. Like I ran into an old friend at the store. And we were talking, we hadn't like really seen each other. Like we used to see each other in the music scene a lot. Like when Steve was, in the band playing all the time. And, I've known her for years, like big into the, the music scene around here. And, just like mostly just like, around in New England because of all the festivals and all the stuff. And I realized like, it's just crazy because I'm like, there's so many people that I haven't seen in the last couple of years. Like they created this like this divide among us, and it's still there because it's like people don't even know what to approach it. You know what I mean? Like you don't even know how to approach other people or talk to them. Like
basically they divided everybody up like Ginsu, man. They every different direction that they could. You're a Trumper, you're a fucking blue MAGA, you're a fucking dark
all the
Brandon,
labels.
you're a fucking, you hate trans people. You're, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. There's all of these different divisions. And I believe that in the last couple of years, they've just been able to sew those lines just a bit deeper, just with all the fear and all the hype and all the fucking bullshit and people reacting. And I don't see that changing very, very quickly, but ultimately people just have to realize that, the 99% are the ones that have the fucking power, not the fucking assholes running shit now. So, get your shit together.
It's crazy. I mean, like this whole thing though, like one thing it did do for us though, we quit smoking tobacco. We went vegetarian. We changed, like we went to like we are not 100% organic, but we try to eat as much organic, or at least if we get product, we try to get it from outside of the country, because outside of our country,
to eat as little,
there's other places that you can buy the food
possible,
because it's just not GMO. They don't allow GMOs and fucking chemicals in their food. So you don't have to buy organic from everywhere if you're buying it, from certain countries. But like we just dived into learning as much information as possible. So I'm more educated now after, all the lockdowns and all, what I mean? After all the division that they've caused and everything else, and healthier in that way. But other ways we became less healthy because we're just not we weren't around people, like, you know what I mean? Like, and we weren't out in the fresh air for like, an entire weekend because we were camping out for an entire weekend. You know what I mean? Like we in some ways we changed our lifestyle for the better, but other ways it completely, it's the opposite.
Yeah. That's interesting because everyone has their own COVID story. A lot of people, became alcoholics. A lot of people, like, alcoholism was a problem with COVID. Depression was a problem. Anxiety was a problem. These things went up.
All forms of dependency were exacerbated.
Dependency, but also at the same time, you also saw a rise in people kind of doing a personal reset too. On the other side, you had people exploring new things, taking a break from the grind to kind of realign and kind of take a look at the world and how it operates. So you had like two very different things going on at once. You had a very sad story over here on one side, but On the other side, you had people that were turning a new leaf, and I don't know. I'm on that side more. I found, so many new things to learn about. I felt so much more interested to learn during COVID.
Yes.
I haven't felt like this interested to learn something since grade school. We'll just put it that way.
Yes.
I have that same. Once you open the fucking door,
the
and you
floodgates
start
are
looking, you're like, what the fuck? Really?
Yeah.
I was this wrong about everything that I know.
Yeah.
That's the revelation I've had. I'm 54 years old,
and it's an uncomfortable place to be to
really
feel
is
like you don't know anything. So it's like I gotta learn a bunch of things now.
To try to get your head around the fact that, you know what I mean, you're every aspect of what you held as an ideal and as some sort of, like formal structure of thinking has been programmed into my brain, without my knowledge or fucking approval. You know what I mean? As I find out more things, I'm like, wow, why did I even think that was a true thing at the time? You know what I mean? Like just so many things that I just took as verbatim that you know what I mean? That I didn't question. I didn't look. I didn't fucking question it. that's the way it is.
Because that's how you were taught to think. Like, this is the thing. You will think this. You will recite this. You will stand. You will pledge allegiance. You will do the thing, right?
Yep. Exactly.
That's how you were taught.
Yep.
That's how in your standardized tests are all about regurgitating information.
Yeah.
Spit it out. That's what it is.
Formal repetition drills, man. Repetition drills.
The sound of the bells.
Everything.
Because that made you a better factory worker.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's really amazing though to just like step back from that for a second and like, you know what I mean, be an old man like myself and go, wow, man, like seriously, even the 70s were all fucking backwards and I have it all completely inverted, and like my takes are that far off. Like if I could hear myself talking in 1987, I'd want to punch myself in the face.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because like I was so up my own ass. Like
if I thought
for real
before COVID, probably I would. Oh my God, I'm glad I didn't have a podcast before.
Exactly. I didn't have anything to say before because I was really unsure about a lot of things. And the couple of years here have really given me an opportunity to read about a lot of things that I, had the wrong idea about in most cases. And come to terms with it. And it's really it's kind of spectacular to fucking be able to look at it, but it ruins everything. It ruins the arts completely for me. Like, movies and TV and everything and radio and music and all my hero rock star people.
They're
all a bunch of fucking neoliberal douchebags. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
God damn it.
It ruined people for me. Like, it ruined so many people for me.
Why couldn't they just shut up and not have an opinion?
Right.
They would have to be so wrong.
That's the crazy thing about this. It's when you realize that, like, when you realize one thing, just pick any of them, right? When you realize that there's one thing that everyone got wrong just about, and you're like, no way. You're like, no way. Everyone got this wrong. I got this wrong too. It can't be this other way. It can't be a different thing. No way. And then you just start seeing the patterns, and you're like, oh shit. We don't know shit.
Now that you've already opened a door on something like that and looked at it in that way, and from an analytical, objective standpoint, if you start looking at all questions in that way, in that manner, you're going to have so much knowledge about so many things and have a much more even approach to things. You know what I mean? You'll be skeptical as fuck about everybody all the time, but that's healthy.
Right. Everyone should be skeptical about everything at all times.
Yes.
That's not a negative thing, right?
Yeah,
that should be default.
Right, that should be enhanced in school. That's what the testing should show, how well you can do that. You know what I mean? Those are the things that are important in life so that you can cut through the fucking bullshit and find solutions and solve problems and be real about shit.
And your average kid doesn't get that education.
Yeah, your average kid has no fucking idea. Well, Ma said, Ma said this and Dad said that, and Grammy always says this, so black people must be that, and you know what I mean? Like it's fucked up, dude.
Think about
How
you're
we
not
think.
you're not born racist.
No,
You're not born full of hate.
Right.
So where does that come from?
We're programmed.
Because you put babies of different nationalities together. You think that they're like, oh, I'm gonna go, kill that baby because they're darker skin tone than me, or they have different, features that like, no, they're curious and they want to like hang out with each other.
And
They're like, whoa.
generally wars and things like that happen because of food and famine and economic depression. You know what I mean? Like political fucking malfeasance is the reason, not because skin color. They just use that as a vehicle. That's just
like I feel like Biden right now. I heard like just a couple minutes of his speech earlier, and I'm like, dude, he's literally like just basically calling out for the Civil War now. Like
he's just doing exactly what Trump was doing.
He's
blue baiting.
He's blue baiting the same thing.
Red baiting,
yeah.
Right? Isn't that
but
what it
like
is?
I think that they want that. They want us to fight, and they want that division. And why would they want that division? Why would they want that? Because they want to distract from the disastrous response that they've had to COVID. They want to distract us and then throw us to new things.
It's the same reason that in war there's different factions, right? And you try to divide the factions. You try to divide your enemy into separate pieces so that you can get one side to side with you against the others. So that's how you do it. You know what I mean? You collect more fucking people to fight against whatever it is. And that's why they do it. They just divide it up, and you get this one with that one, and you get that one with that one. You know what I mean? That's how they fucking do it. It's just systematic. How they separate us.
Tommy John's calling you out.
Tommy John's calling me out.
Calling Ricky out.
Calling Ricky out. I
Yes,
smoked
we
marijuana
did.
with Ricky.
I
in my
want
car.
to do that. I want to smoke out with Ricky in my van.
We're gonna have to do that.
Let's go.
Allegedly, we will.
Allegedly.
What
well,
up,
yeah,
Tommy John?
we're it's legal in our states.
Yeah. Yeah.
State wise, not federal.
State.
How
Yeah.
weird is that?
Yeah, nothing makes
Like,
sense.
A plant. It's a
money.
plant.
It's just so that the money machine can keep, filling up coffers. It's like, if you think about it, like, okay, well, we're saying weed is legal, but if you get caught with more than we say, it's not legal anymore. And then if you grow more than we say you can grow, it's not legal anymore. You go to jail. So our courts and our lawyers and our fucking corrections department and our prisons can stay open. And that's really what we want, right? Is prison jobs to be available for white men in America, mostly. I don't know. I might have the rhetoric wrong. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's crazy. Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me anyway. I was being facetious, everyone. I don't think that there's only white COs in the jails. I've been to jail, and there are many different colors.
And then so like
ironically, they're all fucking douchebags. It's weird. It's like you pick any color you want, any kind of nationality, they're all fucking assholes.
And then
I think you have to be an asshole.
When people go to jail, all they do is divide by race immediately. It's like you're doing exactly what the oppressors want. You're falling right into that. Because you see it happen, it's, and I've talked to a lot of people that have, men that have been in jails I know more men that have been in jail than women. And it's always
funny. That's a thing.
It's always the same. It's always, they divide by race. It's like, why is that? Why do we perpetuate that? Why do we allow that to be a dividing factor for us? Like, we let all these things divide us constantly.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a part of our history, even though we don't want to admit it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That it's still lingering in a weird way. That's really hard to it's really hard to remedy that. You know, we've called it out. You know, we all kind of know, we're all kind of on the same page, but still, like, we have segregated neighborhoods in New York City. You know, like even here, you know, you go to, you know, Harlem is getting gentrified, but it's a black neighborhood. You know, you go to Coney Island, it's a Russian neighborhood. You go to Astoria, it's a Greek neighborhood. You
So it's rich Greek people, rich Russian people, rich black people living in
some
those,
of them
in those quarters. That's, I mean, that's what it seems like. If the rent prices go up that much, and you can say that the place is gentrified, then and those communities still exist there, then they're the fucking
well,
rich
the poorer
ones,
people of those different things,
Yeah.
like they just get pushed to the outer
they
outer
just keep
skirts
getting-
of that, you
keep
know.
getting removed.
Yeah.
They
Absolutely.
have to have them there so they can at least do the work that they
Mhm.
want them to do. You know?
I mean, look, a lot of immigrants became rich because they bought some shitty real estate when they moved to New York, and now
Sure.
real estate's so expensive. So if you were an immigrant who got a piece of shit place and now it's in a neighborhood that's not, you know, that's pretty popular now because
Yeah.
more and more
No,
neighborhoods.
good for them. Absolutely. I
You
think
just lucked into it.
you lucked into you won the fucking American scratch off game. You know, that's like,
Right.
that's, you know, and it's not strictly American. That happens all over the world. Like, you know, if you can luck into stuff like that, you know, fucking bless those people. Good deal.
Absolutely.
Candy flipping is still my jam. Thanks, Salty. How much of those roll, son?
I love candy flipping. That's a whole other story.
That's a different episode entirely.
That is a
you
totally
guys.
different episode, Salty. We'll have to do an episode about stories about that kind of thing. That's fun. Candy flipping is fun. Oh my god, I'm sure there's some fun places in New York that you could take us, Ricky.
I'm quite sure.
New York it's changing. It's changing rapidly. COVID did a number on the city. I can tell you that. And
Yeah.
weed is doing another number on the city. The fact that weed is now technically not even legal to sell recreationally, even though like people just do it now because it's legal to use it.
Right.
Like nothing makes any sense.
No.
But they're working on it. I think this fall it will be legal, technically recreational to sell. So people are just doing it anyways. So that culture is really changing the what New York looks like. It's kind of weird.
It's like all the business spaces that have closed, have they turned into fucking like grow ops and shit now? I mean,
a lot of them are like, they'll call them like smoke shops, and they'll have like bongs in the window, and then like if you go in and you're like, hey, do you have weed? They're like, yeah, of course, and they pull out like their weed stash in the back. Some of them have it on display. Some places actually do have it on display now. It's not common, I don't think, but
That's
like
wild.
all the smoke shops sell weed.
Yeah.
Even bodegas sell weed now. It's crazy.
so it's kind of like the 70s again.
It's
like
kind of like the 70s.
Yeah.
It's almost too good to be true, though. I'm like waiting for like the catch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've
I
been
can
smoking that
imagine.
fucking. You've been smoking that New York City fucking GMO fucking Bill Gates weed or something. That's gonna be.
I
bite
know,
your
like
ass
that's
later.
the thing.
Yeah.
Like, do we
That's a
know
real
what
risk,
we're
you know what I
getting?
mean? He owns
I mean,
like
it is a risk.
Canada and shit.
I mean, it's in
growing weed
it's in the
a
water.
lot.
It's in the rainwater. So I mean,
Yeah.
like every bit of water on this planet has now been affected by these forever chemicals. So
Yeah.
what is
Forever
that going
chemicals.
to do to us? What is that going to do to the animals and to the insects and to the trees and the plant? Like, are
Well,
we
I'm hoping-
all just going to evolve to adapt to? Stop it! Peach is hanging upside down and freaking squawking. Is that what's like? Are we going to all evolve to adapt to glyphosate?
Yeah, I just hope, you know, it's not like some cumulative problem and we just like accumulate more and more of this and then we all just die. Like that'd be horrible. Like maybe we can become, you know, I don't know. I don't want to think about it that way.
It's
There's a resistance to
hard.
it.
It's like we don't want to think.
Yeah,
that,
maybe we
but
could
it's
become
like-
more resistant to it and
Yeah.
and then we'll just maybe we will be used to it and then we just
I
move
think
on.
that there's things
Uh-huh.
You'll
that
be used to it, and a byproduct will be that you can fly or something cool. You know, don't.
That'd be cool.
we're just gonna
Yeah.
glow in the dark.
Sure.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
science.
Irregular Chemicals, the new album
It's like
by False
the
Positive.
green that's above me here. Right there. We'll be like that.
Yeah.
We'll be glow like we'll be slime green, like ecto cooler
That
glow.
It looks like Slimer for sure. That's hilarious.
I think that like what the only thing that we can do, like what I said to my neighbor, it was like, you know, just anything that's detoxifying that we can do, you know, detoxifying things that we know are that have been alleged to be cancers.
That
and,
just has
you
like
know,
a real like California hippie dippy, you know, Northern
how did they make
Oregon
being a hippie
kinda
like
thing.
a bad
It
thing?
has
Like,
no, it has this like this granola eating vibe to what you're saying. It's
like,
like,
oh, you're anti-war? How dare you?
you want me to detoxify, bro? Like, should I fast or something?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I don't know. It's just I hung around with really annoying new agey kind of people for a little while, and they talk like that, and that just triggered me. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, everyone. I'm not
It's
really
crazy
intolerant.
because a lot of those hippies from like the Vietnam era, they're pretty cool. They're pretty badass in certain ways, in my opinion. But now those people as like elderly people, they suck.
Yeah,
Some of
They
them.
all suck.
a lot of them
suck.
Some of them are still fucking righteous and hardcore to the bone, but
Yeah.
few and
A lot
far
of them suck.
between.
I think that a lot of people have
Few
just
and
given
far
up
between.
the battle because it's so much. I mean, think about
Yeah.
how much we know, and like imagine have already like been fighting your whole life.
Yeah, like if you were
Like,
this aware
it's
50
like,
years ago
fuck.
and you've been fighting it your entire life,
Like Lady
you'd
Alex.
be pretty fucking cynical by now, man.
Yeah, she's
You'd
like,
be beat the fuck up by now.
yeah, like that's why sometimes she's just like, no, fuck this, like fuck talking to people. Like there's just no help
Yeah,
for
she breaks it down. She's like, there are two people in the world. There are assholes,
and you're not
and
either
not
you're an asshole or
assholes.
you're not.
and everyone is on the spectrum.
It
And that makes sense to me in a lot of ways.
does. It absolutely does. It's
Earlier, Steve typed in the private chat here. I didn't see it because my microphone was in the way. But ethical skeptic on Twitter, yes, it is at ethical skeptic. Going back to that.
oh yeah, that was me. That was me.
Or that was you.
Yeah, I wanted to remember to like go back.
Yeah,
and look
yeah.
at
Make
it.
sure you follow that, please. It's so cool.
Do we have his Is it just what you said it was there?
Yeah.
Yeah, at ethical skeptic. Yeah, I mean,
Twitter.
a lot of people are writing about his work. He's whoever he is pretty brilliant, pretty smart guy. I really follow the people who are very mathematical. Some of these people are math teachers, even that are like going through all the data and doing these analyses. You don't have to. The thing is, like, these epidemiologists are so full of shit. I hate to say it, but like that whole concentration is complete BS. It's a bunch of people who type some shit into a computer and like have these models, and the models are never right. It's like,
right.
What is your purpose?
That's the thing that I have a problem with when they're trying to say there's proof provided and stuff, like based on a model. Like that's
if it's from an epidemiologist, I don't want to see it. Like, show me the data.
Mm-hmm.
And like the people that are doing who are doing the best work out there are like math teachers. They like teach math. They're like, because they know math, and that's the most important part. Like the math doesn't lie. That's the one thing. Like the math does not.
Yeah,
lie.
no, it doesn't.
Statistics don't fucking lie. You can fucking break them down.
You can lie with statistics. You can fudge them. You can have fraudulent
but
experiments.
Actual raw data doesn't fucking lie. You can add
really
up
doesn't. It really doesn't. And we got some brilliant minds out there doing this work, and like they come at it from every perspective, and they challenge themselves and they challenge each other. And then when you see that happening, that's when it's like, oh, okay.
That's what gives me some faith in humanity to keep going.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. Like that's what recharges me and goes, okay, I'm not going to give up. There are a lot of people out there that are looking for the truth in this, and and we don't know all of them. We have no idea how many people really are out there doing it, because they keep us so separated, they keep us so censored, or they keep people like, do we know if these math teachers are MAGA people? Oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, how many people would be like, I'm not listening to you because you believe that, But that
I will
doesn't
say
that,
I will say the people doing the work, they notice that like a lot of these people notice that like Trump is the one that kicked this off and Biden's the one that came in and mandated everything.
Yep.
And it couldn't have happened if both didn't kind of play together, right?
Yep. Exactly.
So these people who are really pouring through this, they kind of get that he handed
the baton over.
It's like
he was like, all right, here, I'm tagging you in.
He's like, what do I do with this gun? It's a baton, Joe. It's a baton. Joe, man, he's really gonna run again, huh?
I can't believe that he's even still doing it. Like, I'm completely amazed at how well the propaganda's work. Like, I'm always constantly like, holy shit, they're really pulling this fucking shit off. Like, how are they pulling this off? Like,
he can't be president again. It's not happening. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not happening. But it really makes you wonder what's gonna happen. Are we gonna have all these one-term presidents now? It's gonna be information's moving so fast that now we have to like cut down all of our presidents to 4 years, because like we can't 8 years was too long. It was too like people catch on, like we have to make things shorter.
You got to
maybe assassinate a few in there too. Yeah,
we haven't had one in a while.
Bring about the 2 year.
We haven't had an assassination.
They'll have a 2-year presidency. Eventually they'll just be like, well,
Joe might step down in this one term. It's possible. That was a theory that people came up with immediately. They're like, that guy, he's gonna step down. He's gonna be sick. He's gonna die. Something's gonna happen. Yeah, they might shoot him. Who knows?
Now. I thought by now already that something would have already happened. But it's like, I think that they're trying to get through the midterm first, and then they're gonna play on that whole like heartbreak of something happening. I don't know. It could go either way. He could still be up there trying to be a befuddling fool. Like the fact that he's up there on the world stage, being the most powerful man in the world, so allegedly
shaking hands with no one and stuff.
Shaking hands with a ghost of Kiev. Like, he's up there like, shaking ghost of Kiev.
Jill, his wife is steering him away from people and shit. Like
the Easter Bunny is. I mean, that right there.
I missed the Joe from the debate.
That completely did it.
Remember the Joe from the debates with Trump, and they would they would try to out scumbag each other. Like, you're a scumbag. No, you're. I
know. I'm sitting there.
I'm a bigger scumbag than you ever.
I'm like, they're yelling at each other about how big of scumbags they are. Like, this is it.
Back and forth with like, I'm a douchebag. No, you're a douchebag.
Yeah, like, come on. It's really that bad.
It is. It's really that bad.
Like, at what point?
That's what it reminded me of. I thought it was like a South Park skit. It wasn't.
At what point do you like realize, like, wait a second, no one selected these two guys? Like, what the fuck is happening? Like,
this is the best we could do.
This is pre-selected, guys. Like, they're clearly they clearly hand select the people they want to be like the front runners for president, and they elevate them. Like, it's kind of obvious now, guys. Like, Biden and Trump were both. Funny thing is, Biden did run in '88 and then dropped out because he was plagiarizing speeches because he's an asshole.
I played that on just like on one of my streams just recently on Sunday stream, the plagiarism thing, because I was like, I'm like, this is how well the propaganda has worked.
Yes, but that's when they first started talking about Donald Trump running for president. He did not run in '88, but there were talks of him running going all the way back to like 1987. Ish.
Yeah, when he was a Democrat.
Yep. So they were.
People forget that Trump was a Democrat and an independent.
Just, whatever's convenient.
But I think they were talking about him running as a Republican back then, which is really weird because he was definitely I think he was a Democrat in the 80s.
Yeah.
But
I think they promised Biden that he would be able to run for president and win.
Yeah,
and
they
the
were just
third
like,
time
"Hold
was a
on,
charm.
Joe,
3 times.
We got to get this black kid in here first. You know, just hold your horses, all right?
Yeah, we got to do the race thing real quick. You get it.
You get it.
You get it.
Yeah, I really think that like it's been all mostly planned out, like
That
the
was
whole
a-
thing. Like it's loosely planned. I don't think it's like written in stone. Like this is definitely like they have to kind of like shuffle things around every once in a while. That's why you get weird chaos thing. You're like
on their polling and stuff, and how because they can read that shit, and they're just like even as inaccurate as polls can be. They get a sense of all right, well, this guy's gonna win, and we just gotta do this to make that happen. And you know,
it's the same with their propaganda. They have to they have to make their choices based off of the response that they get.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's contingent upon what is easiest to make succeed and what benefits them the most, and that's what they do every time.
Yep.
And I think that's always
if there's some kind of new thing in the zeitgeist, they have to tap into it, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
They infiltrate everything. So if there's
Exactly.
a new thing trending on TikTok, they're gonna find a way to leverage that.
Oh, fully. Like if there's like a little gay elf guy from Indiana that wants to be president, you know what I mean? They could rally behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's things like that are just like right on their face, like, well, that looks too dead on. No, expect that thing to happen because that's the thing they're always going to do.
Yes. If there's a gay rat from Indiana who just happens to know Klaus Schwab really well,
yes,
he might be Prez. He might be Prez.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Steve said he found out.
What did you find out?
So he found out that Ghislaine Maxwell's best friend growing up was, who do you think it was? Antony Blinken.
Antony. That's not even a surprise.
That's not even a joke either.
Isn't that crazy though? It's not a surprise. That is what is shocking, is that it's not a surprise to us. Like the fact that that's not surprising is more surprising.
You know, well, if
like,
you know if you can time things out right, and you are a pedophile and a mistress and a fucking scumbag like Ghislaine, the best possible case scenario is that your best friend from when you were a little kid is the attorney general. I mean, it's fucking no brainer.
I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like. To deny the connections between all of them, even if that wasn't true.
Yeah, there's so many other ones.
Like there's just all the connections are there,
They
and
share
it's like
lawyers and judges and prosecutors and all kinds of weird shit, man.
Yeah. Like a couple weeks ago, I found some information out about why I think they actually raided Mar-a-Lago, and it's nothing to do with what they're showing on the surface. And I did an episode on that with Elle, and I'm like, I base it, I have it all with factual documentation and set up a whole entire timeline of how it happened and how that actually ties to Epstein, of course, because it always goes back to the same people. And it's like, no shit. There's a whole nother court case that's happening between Trump and Hillary that nobody's speaking of. And to me, it's like, how does everybody have a blind spot for this case that's happening and that is going against the DNC and Fusion GPS and everybody else, and everything leads up to Mar-a-Lago getting raided.
Yeah.
And stuff that happened with that case within days, you can see the cause and the effect of what happened. And it's insane. And it's like, I'm like, why is this like, it's just, that's on a side note, but like, it's just blowing my mind that that's not being like blown out of the water, that this stuff is happening. Like, and it's like, I guess it's because they're just so good at what they do, and they're so good at the propaganda and how they steer the conversation and how they steer the people's attention, that even even like, you know, the people that are paying like the most attention don't see it because
Yeah.
they're not good at it.
I have a question. Have you guys seen the recent like weather there? I forgot the fucking article. It was like a weather thing about how as the ice is melting, all this like dead ice that isn't being replenished, once that level of ice melts, it will raise the oceans by like 10 inches, which is like, I don't know, 8 inches more than they thought it would. And so now there's like this whole like reevaluation of like how flooded shit is fixing to be. And I guess it's from what I can understand, just the same kind of, it's based on like the cycles that the last 10 years or so, how things have been going. And it has it like 2050 or something, 2047, where the water is just like wicked fucking high, like literally, you know, over a foot higher than it is now. Anyway, that's going to be inconvenient for a lot of people.
That's interesting. I feel like things change.
Yeah.
I think history shows us that regardless of human whatever, you know.
Yep.
I think, you know, we've seen waters rise and fall. We've seen different, you know, land formations over time, and we still don't have a real clear picture of, you know, what once was.
Nope.
Pangea is really a theory, although it seems very possible. So yeah, things change. Water will rise here.
That's
water
the
will go down
constant.
here.
Yeah.
We have pyramids under the water. Like, how'd that get there?
All over the
feel like
place.
things go up and down. It feels like, who knows?
Well, I think that the military industrial complex is doing their part to make sure that they exacerbate whatever the natural cycle of the planet is. I think they're doing their part to like make it
not
like
helping.
happen faster.
Yeah, it's probably not helping. But I think ultimately the point of things change is absolutely spot on. And if there's one thing that you can be sure of is that shit will fucking change, and the ground will fucking shake, and volcanoes will erupt, and, you know, fucking tectonic plates will fucking move around, and shit fucking changes, and you can count on it. And look at all the change that's happening with the droughts and stuff. Like how many weird things are being exposed that have never been out of water in fucking, you know, 1,000 years and shit. It's fucking trippy.
Well, then the things that are all drying up, it's like we're flooding. Like punch of the world is flooding because we're getting catastrophic rains. And then the other half is like no rain and, you know, completely bone dry. And like I was telling people before, like if you pour a bunch of water on something that's really dried out, then it just runs off. Like if you have a house plant and it gets really, really dried out and you're like, oh, it needs some water. It can take this cup of water and I'm going to pour it on there. You're going to see it run right through, and the soil is not really going to replenish and because it needs a little bit at a time. It needs some moisture to help maintain more moisture. And that's the way it works. So like when we suddenly dump a ton of water on something, it just runs through.
They just had that happen all over the West, like California, Colorado, Utah, fucking like Arizona, Nevada, all over the place had like really torrential rains and just crazy flash flooding that just happens because if it rains up in the mountains, it comes down the mountain and fucks everything up, just like it's doing in Pakistan right now. Like if people look at Pakistan, what the topography is of that country, there's a lot of highland, a lot of mountains.
Oh, Pakistan,
yeah. Yep. There's a lot of fucking mountains. So that means there's a lot of valleys and gullies and things for the fucking water to come rushing through.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah, I will say I think we've messed up weather patterns.
Yeah,
I feel like we talk about the wrong things when we talk about the climate or the earth or, you know, the environmental.
Yeah, they're not talking about the toxic burn pits and what is that affecting.
Yeah, and the
Like-
bombs that we drop and all that. Yeah, we're
No,
talking
they're
about
like
CO2.
of the
They're like the cows farting. Like
Yeah.
what? That's
Yeah, the methane from the cows and the CO2 from everything. It's like CO2. What? We've always fucking burp CO2. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Like the CO2 thing, I never like. It's not working for me.
How many bison were there that the U.S. government killed that were part of the entire North America? How many
Yeah,
bison were there?
slaughtered
You're gonna tell me that they
millions.
weren't pooping and they
How
weren't
many
burping
fucking
and they weren't
indigenous-
doing anything?
How many
Really?
indigenous people that ate
Right.
the bison, a century before,
Like it just
did our government kill?
it's-
It's
focusing on
about-
the wrong things. That's why it
genocide
doesn't
is
make
no
sense
fucking
to us.
stranger.
It's like that's why it's like, yeah, but really, like people are like, no, no, we don't have global warming or we don't have climate change or this. Like we do have something happening,
Right.
but we're not focused on the right part of what's
Because
happening.
we're literally focused on the corporate green agenda. I was like, guys, how many times do we have to go through this? Like, stop listening to the mainstream agenda. It is steering you the wrong direction always.
They've flipped the switch right over to climate change.
Well,
That
yeah,
is the
that's-
new
they're
thing.
gonna
That
ride
is
that.
full force. That's where they're going.
That's where the lockdowns will come.
Like California, they're telling people that you can't. And this is what's crazy is that a lot of states fall in line with whatever California's emissions are. There's a lot of states that just go, okay, well, we're going to follow in line with what California has set.
Wow.
Right. So they're already saying that even in Connecticut, 3,000 miles away, and this tiny friggin' state, we're like the second largest state. We're very small.
Yeah.
So they're saying now that they might even make it here that you can't buy a non-electric or hydrogen vehicle after 2035 or whatever it is.
Just
And it's like
everybody not to charge their fucking
and now and they're
cars.
telling people like, oh, your guys are straining the grid, please don't charge your electric vehicles. And it's like
the ones that you can only have.
that you can only buy new are these electric vehicles. It's like, and then it's like people get outraged at that, and it's like you guys are missing the much larger picture here of what's happening.
Right.
And
that's by design.
Yes.
And it gets people fighting about the thing that affects them directly.
Mm-hmm.
That thing that affects them directly instead of what's happening on a much larger global scale that they're passing through, and that they're where does all this stuff, where do all these resources, what makes an electric car better? Where do those resources come from?
Well, I'll have you know that
Who digs them up?
Dale just said that Raytheon has eco-friendly missiles. So
yeah,
you can
remember they
take
were
back
trying to do that?
Your snide comments about the military, destroying the planet, because Raytheon's got that shit in hand.
I mean, like it's crazy because when you think about like the whole military industrial complex and like the way that we don't have healthcare in this country and that we have a poor draft to get people to sign up for the military, and then they can possibly come back and possibly get an education with it.
Maybe.
If they make it back, because a lot of people die fighting these wars
Or lose a limb or whatever.
yeah or they come back and they are one of the vets that commit suicide because they can't handle what they've just put themselves through for a poor draft, and everyone's like, you're a hero, and you don't feel like a hero. Because I've talked to vets that have like come back and been like, yeah, now what I know now that I didn't even learn from the government and that I was a part of, like I've talked to vets that were in like Desert Storm. Like when I lived on Governor's Island as a kid, I remember, when the soldiers were coming home, and, I remember looking at the city and seeing, the Twin Towers and seeing them there. And I had my best friend lived on the Statue of Liberty, and, I could see Ellis Island from Governor's Island where I lived. And, I remember thinking like, these guys were my heroes. I got autographs from them. I got autographs from the soldiers coming home from the war that were getting checked out, to make sure that they were okay. And I had a free lemonade stand to give them free lemonade. Like I was completely indoctrinated and felt like these people were keeping me safe.
Mm-hmm.
Like how fucked up is that? Like that's what we're doing to our children.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
That is an example of what we're doing to our children.
Yeah.
I was so believing it, like that I got their signatures because I thought they were heroes.
Yeah, but now we're doing it with so many things. Eventually, like the gig is up, like it can't. Like, this is not sustainable. Eventually, people are gonna be like, "Wait a second, all of these things happened."
Yeah.
19 guys really just, did a 9/11.
Yeah,
They just did it.
like the pieces, the puzzle pieces don't match.
We really did this COVID thing for the past 2.5 years and didn't fix anything, didn't figure it out. But we're all following the rules, but we're not really sure what we're accomplishing. It's like, very weird, very strange,
A little weird.
Eventually, people are gonna be like, "Wait, what?" Right? You would hope. Like,
Yeah.
that's how I woke up. It's like I didn't trust all these things. I was always kind of like, I was a little skeptic, but from afar. I was a little skeptical, but from afar. And like one day I just had time to look at it and I analyzed it. And I'm like, oh. And then I analyzed it some more. I'm like, oh. And I looked at other things. I'm like, oh, yeah, everything's a lie. Everything has to be a lie. The pieces don't fit if you really look at it. But if you just stand back and you're just like a little skeptical, you're a little untrusting, we'll put it that way. You're like, yeah, politicians lie. We all know that. We all say that politicians lie.
And we somehow accept it, like that it's okay. Like,
Right.
what the fuck? How do we just accept this as truth and that it's just a known thing? Like we just all accept that politicians lie. Like why don't we say no? Fuck, you're lying. I want fucking truth.
It's acceptable.
What? Who determines that that's acceptable?
I don't know. I guess we're all bootlickers because we literally let them lie constantly. Like,
and we know that they lie. We know that politicians and lawyers lie, and this is just what they, it's like, so why are we raising children to not be better liars?
We do. We do.
We lie to them when it comes to Santa Claus, when it comes to the fucking Easter Bunny, when it comes to everything. We are indoctrinating them to basically to accept.
We give them trust issues. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
But then we turn them into subservient little. Well, it's one way or the other. You either become one of the subservient little slaves of the world, or you become a sociopath that tries to run shit. Like
that tries to collect slaves. Yeah.
I mean, it's nuts when you start thinking about it and you start thinking like, no, holy shit. Like as parents, like we are like, I raised my daughter, like she, obviously she knows a lot more now. She knows more at 18 than I did at 18.
Oh, yeah.
A lot fucking more than I did.
Yeah.
Because what I was taught wasn't the truth.
Yeah. I mean, what kids are getting taught right now aren't the truth. Oh my God.
Exactly.
They've turned these kids into like woke. They're like super woke. They're like, there are actually 137 genders. Like you don't even know. Like you're offensive. Like that's what they're like. Like I've heard these kids. Like, what are you talking
breathing
about?
is offensive.
It's
to me.
really weird.
I don't even know what they're talking about half the time.
No. It's like
don't even know.
It's like a whole nother culture of everything. And like sometimes like Sky will come in and just like start like in on me about something, and I'm like, what? Like,
what?
I don't understand it. Like, I really don't. And like, is this what I sounded like to my parents? You know what I mean? Like, I think about that. Like, is this because I don't feel like it was like this.
Not this.
I don't feel like I was that far away from them.
Like when I was a kid, we had like catchphrases. And it was like, if you got the catchphrase, it was you're cool, whatever. And then like, you could explain it. It's like, oh yeah, Like,
Yeah, but they can't explain this stuff, and like
I don't think they can explain that. That's the conditioning. Yeah, that's like the agenda at play. It's like
is that it's not explainable. Like you
it's
just
like,
don't
what is a
get it.
woman? And then it's like, oh my god, here we go. You know, what is a woman?
You know what I
And
say?
everyone goes
I
crazy.
say if they can look at the bones of a person of ancient times, can they tell me if that's a male or a female? And how do they do that? They do it. They don't say that this is one of the 137 genders, do they?
No, it's a biological woman if they're a biological woman.
Yeah.
We're getting we're crossing everything. We're like lumping everything together, like social constructs and biological.
One of my best friends is transgender, you know,
Yeah.
so like I totally get it. And we're gonna have him on to have a whole conversation about that, because I'm not in that. Like there's like a whole subculture of being trans, like there is a whole nother like language that I don't understand. And we'll be able to walk up to that border and that line of where it becomes offensive, and he'll tell me if I'm being offended, because I don't know. I don't know that world. I've had a lot of friends that have been trans and best friends of mine, but I don't know how that feels. I don't understand how it feels to feel like I'm in the. I feel like I'm in the. I feel female. I feel like I'm in, you know, a female body. Like that feels normal to me. And like, so like I try to ask, like, you know, like from their perspective, like, can you explain this? And I think that a lot of people are getting offended in the having to explain it. They just expect you to understand.
Right.
And it's like, no, people don't understand it though. Like they don't get it. They have questions.
They clearly don't understand it.
And
that's why there's this,
you know,
but it's also being pushed. It's a weird thing where the trans movement, it feels like, oh, it's my time to be heard, this and that, but it's also like you're being forced into like the conversation. It's weird when mainstream media does this shit. It seems like it's helping, like from a casual perspective, like a casual observer's view. It's like, oh, they're helping these marginalized people who have, you know, these issues, right? They have gender dysphoria, whatever it is, but they're not really helping these people. They're using these people.
And why do we have such an influx of people that feel this way?
Yeah, well, you know, when
but that's not really like something that's addressed at all. It's just a matter of
you're not allowed to address
it. Make them feel the way that they. Okay, that's I understand that, but like, why though? Like
you're not allowed to.
Being asked.
It became offensive because the trans movement became a mainstream thing, and then they somehow programmed everyone to be like, don't ask questions about it, just accept whatever we put on TV. Kind of like with COVID, don't ask questions, or you're an anti-vaxxer, anti-masker, anti-science, right? They're doing the same thing with trans things, because like Glenn Greenwald even observed that. He was like, oh, we have this many trans people in this year, this many trans people in this year. Is there something in the environment that's changing people? You know, is it nurture? Is it the way we raise children that makes them change, you know, identify as trans or whatever? Or, you know, is it nurture? Is it something in our environment? Or is it a cultural thing? Like, are we more accepting now? So more people are coming out now? Were there always this many trans people? This became like the most. This became the most offensive thing to people, and like Glenn Greenwald got like a shitstorm. And I think these are like the most intelligent questions ever. This is how I think.
Sure. That's what I asked my friend. Like, I talk about that stuff because, you know, and that's why I think it's important though to have somebody on that does feel that way. And because I asked him, you know, and I respect, you know, his pronouns. I don't have a problem with that.
No,
and
people no one should.
People mix it up. And like, and I question, like, now, is it like, you know, because this is a weird thing. Okay. When people meet me and Leo, you know, my little dog, they always want to know, and they will like look under to see if he has a fucking winky. They want to know if he's a male or female.
Yeah, people do that.
One of the first questions that people ask about your dog.
people do that with dogs? Do they have the nips or the
They
pee-pee?
want to know. They want to
Yep.
know gender first. That is the first thing. And see, when I meet someone else's dog, I'm not asking about their gender. I'm like, oh, what's their name? You know what I mean? Because I don't care what genitalia that the animal has. But I think it's because
that's not your thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, it's really weird. Like, people like literally will like look under to
see what the biological sex is. Right.
Yes.
It's like a gender reveal party for babies, even though it's
Yes.
not really
Like
a
every time you
gender
meet a
reveal.
dog,
It's more of
it's
a biological sex reveal. It's like, do you have a PP or a VV? You know, it's like,
yeah,
okay, weird.
and it's a weird thing to me. And I'll
Like, I can
sometimes
check that box. Thank you.
I'll have
compulsive about people's sex.
I'll have a reaction where I just go,
Dogs.
I don't know why it matters or it doesn't matter, but yeah, he's a boy, you know, he's got his nuts or whatever. I don't know what to say to people. Like, it's weird.
You don't want to go too far. You know what I mean? He's a porn star. He works in the movies. He's,
You know,
he's
but
a famous dog. I don't know. I don't know what's
you know, but
appropriate.
like, it's like, oh, I just go, oh, his name is Leo, you know, like, I just kind of like, it's weird to me how obsessed we are with the gender.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not to like, you know,
I really
it or anything. It's just, it's really weird. It's like it, and I want to know, like, from, you know, I have questions for people, like, you know, like that are trans. Like, is it a matter of what makes you feel like, you know, shopping in the women's section? What about that does it make you more feminine? Because I know females that are females that were completely like, you know, lesbians that wear only guys' clothes and that never wore any like female clothing, you know. So like, it's just it's really weird to me, you know, how that works. And you know, what is it that makes somebody more feminine or more masculine, or like, what is it? And like our obsession with gender in general it's a big fucking thing. It is a huge
it's become a thing though. Like, the trans movement has only been in the past 5 years like the thing that it is now.
But if you look back,
I think they're priming us.
Girls wear pink, boys wear blue. It starts from the very beginning. You have gender reveal parties. Like, you are labeled as either pink or blue from the beginning. People didn't know what to do with my daughter, with Skyla, because I would have her in all different colors and like pink and blue and greens and you know, like purples, and they would be like, oh, is your you know, like, they didn't know what to say. They didn't know, like,
I liked it when the twins
how to approach it. They were just like, they didn't want to say like, oh, do you have a boy or girl? Like, they didn't know what to say to not offend. They didn't know what to say to like not offend me with it. And I would just be like, yeah, I have a healthy baby. You know, like, I have a healthy baby. That's what matters.
When the kids were little, they both had long hair, so you couldn't tell. Like, that was great. They're like, oh, you got two girls? No, one's a boy and one's a girl. Like, they'd all be like puzzled and shit. Like, that happened all the time. I love that. I was like, oh man. And
so it's weird. It's like
the great equalizer.
It's like people go to one extreme or the other. You know what I mean? Like it's like they're either like it's like why can't there be like a middle place for this? Like, where we don't go to the farthest reaches of the extreme, where there's 136, I don't know how many you said, genders, and maybe not the extreme where it's just two. You know what I mean? Like, like how about there's like, you know, because like women can have, like, when it comes to like the sports and everything too. Like, you know, to get like, you know, like sometimes women have more of certain hormones than other women, and they're both biologically born as females. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
that's that weird creepy talk, man. What do you got, a microscope? Prove it.
You know,
Right.
it's
Well,
just,
yeah, there's
it's
some.
just that they go to one extreme or the other with everything, and it's like I think we need to find more common ground and the middle ground with people.
Yeah, but I think the whole idea behind the trans movement is to like literally cause more conflict.
Yeah,
That's what it seems like to me. It's like to make us fight over identity and just cause a rift, make people more confused.
I think there's definitely I think people, and probably not all the people in the trans movement, are certainly entitled to feel the way they feel.
Oh, absolutely.
The way
yeah.
that they feel has been now weaponized, and they are definitely trying to use it for nefarious purposes and trying to sow divide and division.
Yeah, they're taking the people's
conflict.
feelings
And that's what they've done. That's
they're
what they do with
weaponizing it.
everything. They do that, they did that with being gay, or any of the things, anything that's
Yeah.
different than the normal status quo. They're just going to weaponize that immediately and use it against the people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did it with gay. Absolutely. Like
And
they
they did. They did
did
this. They did this before, and they're doing it again. And this might even like tie into like the whole transhumanist thing too. Like you're not a male, you're not a female, you're our slave, whatever they
Right.
come.
I mean,
However they package that, like
yeah, it
yeah.
certainly could transition to that easy.
Yeah, and
The
I
way
think
things are going.
And I think that's where like some people are very resistant to it, is because they see that end goal of where the propaganda is going to push it to be, right? Not necessarily where the people are pushing it to be, but where the propagandists are pushing it to be, to that extreme of everything, because they want to push everybody to the extreme this way or the extreme that way.
Right.
And and then the people that are kind of like in the middle, like I just want to live my life as a transgender person.
Right.
Like I just want to be a person,
Right.
living my life. I don't want to be on your extreme of this or your extreme of that, or being used as your divisive tool.
Right.
Like people just want to basically just people just want to be able to be people and have the ability to have that bodily autonomy for themselves, and make their own decisions.
Yeah, think of like kids growing up right now. They're seeing like all these adults fight. You're a turf, or you're this, you're that, you're transphobic, blah blah blah. Right? I'm male, I'm this, I'm this gender, I'm that gender. Blah, 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 blah. It's like really confusing, and it's very public. These kinds of fights now. It's like on TV. It's a part of the news. Like it's part of like the everyday language. Now kids are gonna start rejecting the whole like thing, right? And you're kind of seeing that, right? Like they're like, oh, I'm like a gender, I'm no gender, I'm nothing, I reject your system. Which in a way it's like, yeah, maybe we should reject all this dumb shit, but like they're gonna be like ready to like, they're gonna be primed for like the new world, like whatever new paradigm they kind of create, because it's gonna be like, oh yeah, you don't have to deal with any of that shit, come to our new transhumanist hellscape. And you can be whatever. You can be we'll just plug you into the metaverse or whatever the fuck it's gonna be.
Yeah, it won't matter what.
That'll be your identity, and they'll be like, yes, I have a digital identity, because all of these real world identities are so messed up and
they're so hard, and it's such come escape the identity. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, is that they're the propagandists are going to figure out a way to whatever way that this is manipulated, and whatever way that the people eventually kind of like figure it out and filter it out into being, they'll figure out a way to propagandize us and manipulate us into doing whatever it is that they want in the end. And so I feel like it's really, really difficult. It puts people in a very difficult place.
Yeah.
To even have an opinion on something that like there's so many then questions on still. And
right.
I am, I don't want to offend anybody or, but I also want to find the answers to the questions so that I'm not being, you know what I mean? I don't want to be coming across as being a person that is closed-minded with any of this, or that, because that's not how I feel about it. And sometimes it's really difficult to kind of figure out and boil down your opinions on something that is such a complex issue, because it's multifaceted. It's like the same thing as, like with us when we're talking about like dealing with COVID and everything like that. Like, I think that they want these issues to be so complex and so divisive that people are afraid to talk about them.
Yeah.
So they don't talk about them, so that there's easy labels that you can throw at people and just to continue to divide us.
And if you don't talk about things, like, you never fix them,
Yeah.
You never fix them.
It puts us in a really hard place, to be able to have the conversations. And then, the powers that be bring in the censorship, and they just, boom, they just drop it right on us. And then suddenly they're like, oh yeah, well that makes you transphobic, or that makes you homophobic, or that makes you, and it's like, no, that doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Not everybody are not, you know what I mean? Like, not everybody fits into those labels like that.
Yeah. So I don't really argue about trans issues. It's like they're not asking for this. Like, trans people aren't really, this is like being orchestrated by powerful people. Like, trans people didn't have the resources to create this movement. Sorry. They are a small minority. And oftentimes some of the most, unheard. They were truly unheard before this movement just magically appeared. And it's like, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. I think it's being orchestrated by probably not trans people. People who are transhumanists, yeah, but
transhumanists, yes, I agree with that.
Transgender people, no.
That's probably
they blend the lines.
Fairly accurate. You know what I mean? Accurate. If you try to be accurate about it, you could tell that they's all working together. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's probably rich people at the core of it that makes it become a nationally known and recognized presence.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That makes perfect sense to me. That would be the case.
You take my bag with the roaches in it?
I'm taking no goddamn nothing.
Well, I need a roach or something.
Eat
here. There's
eat the bugs.
Eat some bugs. You will like it.
Oh my gosh! I think
you will smoke the bugs.
I think the bugs are going to cause cancers.
Hey, look at that. I see an envelope here with somebody's name on it. And I know that person is in the chat room.
Is Gamer in our chat room?
He certainly was at some point. I definitely saw that he was.
Gamer's really bad about answering emails. Gamer.
He said he answered me. But I...
and Miguel's like, Gamer is here.
Gamers, the spokespeople for Gamer have gotten back to us.
Where's the one that? Here, let me see. Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Not the one with the actual name on it and everything.
Yeah.
We won't dox you, Gamer.
That's funny shit. Miguel's like, I got it.
I got
Gamer's PR people.
Yeah. We got him a money order today.
A real money order.
For Gamer for his birthday. We raised money on his birthday stream. We raised $140. So we're sending that out in the mail tomorrow.
Fuck yeah.
But
so home we can buy some
receipt.
weed.
I was like, I want to make sure I have like a receipt to show everybody. Like, like not that I don't, I don't think anyone's like, gonna question it, but I wanted to make sure just for my own thing, that I have a thing. I have the list of everybody that donated, and so we collected it all for them.
And once again, thank you all.
Sending it out there for them. So thank you,
all y'all that did.
Everybody who donated and helped. Gamer's gonna get some ganja. Gamer hasn't had any ganja for months, and I was like, he needs some for his birthday. So we had a goal of $100 to raise, and we raised 140.
Yeah.
So we won. that night.
Yes, it was awesome. It was so great.
Mutual
Peaches.
Aid, Mutual Aid rocks. And so we wrapping this sucker up. What's going on here?
Oh.
This has been going for a while here, kid.
We do marathons when I'm on.
1 a.m.
I know. I'm tired. I've been working so much.
Well, look at this. I brought the Peaches to come say hi.
Oh, the teaches of peaches.
Come here. Come over here and say hi. There we go.
Peaches.
Millions of screeches.
Oh, hi. Hi. Say hi, Ricky.
Peaches.
Can you say hi, Ricky?
That would be cool if he was just like, "Hey, Ricky."
He says Everett. I say, hey, Everett. He loves the cat.
Say what?
He wants to eat the dog. He wants to eat Leo. He's
Oh my
like,
goodness.
Leo, yeah, like they're like freaking enemies. You're not going in my shirt. Stop. You're not doing it. No, he always wants to go down my shirt. He's fresh. He's really fresh.
Hey.
Yeah, he's mooning you. Exactly, Miguel. What are you doing to me?
Peaches, face your audience. Come on.
Peaches. Peaches.
Oh, you like Ricky?
Sit down.
What am I supposed to do with your butt? Yeah. He's a character. He's like trying to like figure out how he can get in my shirt because I have like holes over here on my shirt. Let's see. Yeah. So like I cut my shirt, you know, and then like so he's like trying to like, oh, can I get in over here? Like, can I sneak in here? He wants to. Oh, I know you don't like. He doesn't like my necklace.
I saw that. I saw on where the hell were we? We saw something about that guy.
Wait, what?
That unvaccinated guy.
I want a transcript of everything an unvaccinated guys say is on Jimmy Dore show. Stuff won't read. Yeah, they're on Twitter. Go start. I've seen them. Have you seen them?
There's one.
Unvaccinated guy. There's I don't know if it's his things on Twitter. I don't know if it's him though.
But yeah, there was a fucking bunch of them though.
It's all unvaccinated guys things from Twitter.
Super chats. Right?
Yeah. From Jimmy Dore show, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the ones that Steph won't read about Graham Elwood. They're on Twitter.
Is it all Graham Elwood?
A lot of what he says is about Graham Elwood. And it cracks me up.
That's even better.
He does say some funny shit about Graham Elwood.
Yeah, everyone's always like, I wish you had a Twitter. I saw a Twitter though. I don't know. It says unvaccinated guy and it shows the comments.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious. I saw it. I'll try to find it and tag you.
Yo. Graham Elwood is so easy. It's easy money.
He's
easy
low hanging
money.
fruit.
He is low hanging fruit these days. Oh,
like,
man.
how has he not come around on this? Like,
He's never.
how is he? Like, I'm waiting for my
never broke
apology.
stride. He's just
Graham
like,
Elwood.
I'm still calling it fucking.
I mean, when you publicly lose your shit like that, like lose your shit, like act a fool, it's really hard to rebound from that.
When you're screaming, fuck you, I'm calling it an insurrection. He fucking was like screaming it like
when he actually talked to the Impasta, like that we're actually there. He still called it an insurrection.
Yeah,
I think that
funny.
What Biden said tonight in his speech is way worse than anything Trump has said on January 6th.
I think
like
it just
he's
mirrors,
he's calling for the like straight up just like
I think
no, those MAGA people are bad.
It
like
mirrors the same thing. It's the opposite, the polar opposite. It's the same. It's professional wrestling. It's, you know what I mean? Who's the heel? Oh, well, Biden's going to be the fucking tough guy, or is Trump going to be the heel? You know, which guy do you hate? Well, we got to, you know, it's just fucking pro wrestling all day. That's what it always is. That's what it will always be. It's never any different than that.
It's all bullshit.
Yes.
Fully. Like, we need to stop participating in this nonsense. Because
fully.
Nonsense.
Fully. Yes. Yeah, like some people just have that like confusing think where they're like, well, I'm just gonna vote third party and da 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 da, and I'm like, why the fuck? Why
Yeah,
do
I
you
need
want
to-
to even participate at
We need
all
to.
in this system that's completely fucked on its face? That people just freely say, oh, yeah, well, elections are terrible. Yeah, well, we have no integrity in elections, and so you're gonna vote? Like, I mean, it's completely backwards. It's like that thinking is just like, so you want to fix elections because they're fucking broken, but you want to tell everybody to vote third party, or be a libertarian, or I don't
Are you
understand.
talking about pasta?
I'm not directly talking because there's other people that have said almost verbatim the same exact thing.
We love pasta.
And yeah, and don't call him Craig.
Yeah, don't call him Craig.
Seriously, I just don't understand.
But it just shows that we don't.
That mindset. Like, we can, hopefully I'll be able to discuss that with Pasta and be like,
Well,
"Please-
yeah, I
please
talked.
explain this to me."
I talked to Pasta today about coming on and doing an actual official show, because he's popped on the show before, but like we haven't done an actual just Pasta's on the show with us. So Fee I have to reach out to Fee again because Fee's supposed to do one too, and I have Sabby Sabs coming on after the Camp Dada and all that. So we'll have some fun shows coming up.
Cool.
Yeah.
But
Well, this has been a blast there, Mr. Rick.
Mr. Rick,
It has been. Thank you for having me on.
Mr.
I
Schmidt.
love having you on anytime, and it always
Good
works
talks.
out so well. I'm just like,
Yeah.
hey, you want to do a show? All right, let's do a
Yeah.
show.
I haven't done a stream in forever because I don't have a YouTube anymore. So I'm just like, if there's a show I can pop on, that's fun. Let's do a thing.
You can do one with me anytime.
Yeah, for real.
You just text me. You know that. You know better than that.
Let's just,
I would.
Thank
I'll
you.
even. I would even. Oh my god! Oh, come on! You have to step up for me. Come on! Oh my god! Now he doesn't want to get.
yeah, if you find
Peaches.
yourself in a particularly ranty mood, just let us know and we'll make it so.
Yeah,
girl.
exactly. I'll you can stream right through. You can be fearlessly authentic. You can pretend to be me. I don't have to be on the stream with you. Oh my god! Stop it! No, I don't like it. He's asking what we're doing now.
What are we doing?
Peaches.
We're saying goodnight to Rick.
Can you say?
Peaches.
You say love you. You say free Assange.
Say free Assange.
Apples for Assange. Yeah. You agree, but you're not saying it. Say free Assange. Free Assange.
Free.
Not quite there yet. He's trying. Yeah. Oh my god.
Free Assange.
Okay. You're too loud. Step up. Oh my god, come on. I want you to step up. What? How did he get blue on him?
I don't know. I said that earlier. Somebody touched him with blue.
Oh, you know what? I bet you it's one of his wooden toys or something got wet. Like he's a white bird. Why does he have blue on him? I want to show you something really cute before we go that Miss Trish sent us. Isn't that cool? Oh my god,
That
it's
is
totally
cool.
doing weird things. Like,
Whoa.
there we go.
Yeah, that's cool. That's pretty.
It's a magnet.
That's a magnet. That's a big magnet.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ruby.
I love it.
Peaches,
Cool.
you are immortalized in a magnet.
You are, Peaches.
That's like being stuck in carbonite or something. Stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, he
All
got
right,
he got
y'all.
close.
So tell the people where to find you, Rick.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they can find you on Twitter, right? Are you still? On
I
Twitter?
still exist on Twitter. Ricky Rants. All one
We
word.
need to just get you a new YouTube and just build that channel back. I can't believe it because you had a lot of subscribers too.
I was doing pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
Doing
of
good.
my videos had a lot of hits, but it's gone now. I don't know. It
Did
sucks.
they just completely wipe it out? Like they were just like, no,
Yeah.
3 strikes, you're done.
Well, yeah, I had 2 strikes, and then I just uploaded like audio of You probably heard that phone call of that guy who called the pharmacist. It was like, my wife brought our son in to get a vaccine, and like you didn't give them informed consent. I'm like, yeah, this conversation is so important, and that fucking dialogue between the dad who was irate.
That's what did it.
Yeah, it wasn't misinformation. It was a conversation. It was a father who didn't get informed consent. That's bad. This is how bad things are. It's not even misinformation. I even appealed it. Nope, nada. This is not this. It was not my opinion. It was not my. I didn't give any opinions. There was no commentary from me whatsoever. It was an irate dad mad that his mother wasn't given informed consent for their son's shot, which gave his son myocarditis.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. I listened to that on your stream, and I was like, holy shit, Steve, do you hear this? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I
just
remember
posted the audio as its own standalone thing, and that got me my third.
I am quietly amazed that this
do not jinx it.
Has fared so well so far.
I've gotten a couple, and I just haven't gotten them. I've been really careful about how close together I've got, how, and I hate it because it's like, I want to just be able to freely speak. That's all. I just want to be able to speak my truth. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And if something changes and something else is true, then I will correct the things that that I said. Like, my opinions change over time,
right?
And some of it's not even opinion, And there's videos that they took down and they came after me for that I shouldn't have gotten a strike for.
Yeah,
it shouldn't have happened.
All the things I said came true. All of it. Every observation I made on those videos, just about. I mean, like, when I don't know something, I pose it as a question. Is it this? Right. Is it that? I don't know. But like, the things that I stated as fact, we now know are fact, because like, even the health authorities or mainstream media is admitting it. So it's like, oh yeah, you gave me a strike for
saying it too soon.
For saying it too soon. Literally. Yeah, absolutely. So
they're like, how dare you say this before we were ready?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. This is 3 months from now. Come on.
I mean, come on. You should be, like, what? We're just like fucking psychics with evidence.
Yeah, I'm such a fucking genius. I like.
And it's not like we have a lot of people. Like,
no,
I still don't even have 400 followers or subscribers or whatever it is on YouTube. Like.
Yeah.
I had like 20, I think it was like 2,100 or no, like 2,000 followers on Twitter. Like, I've had my Twitter for, just a couple of years, and just more so in the last year, I've gotten more, active on it.
Right.
And, and once I hit like 2,000 subscribers, they took half of my subscribers away.
Yeah.
Half of them just boom, annihilated. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what?
My Twitter account was like was ramping up really fast, and then it like stagnated. And I know I lost some people because like they're like COVID crazy, and they're like, oh my god, 7 masks and 7 boosters, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're not gonna follow me anymore. I get that, but like, after I lost those people, I was gaining more people about like who are on this side of the COVID tracks, right? And they were like, oh my god, this guy's like really into it, and he's like is posting about it a lot, and so I got followers from that because they were interested in the things I was interested in, which is cool.
Yeah.
But then I like hit a wall. I hit a wall on Twitter because I was growing fast. I lost some initially, and then I started gaining them because my tweets were, some of them got shared a lot, and like, I don't really care. It's like, whatever. I just want the people who have similar interests to follow me, and I follow them. That's great.
Yeah, it's
but like,
I definitely information out there. I definitely.
Yeah, I definitely hit this wall, and then like my Twitter account will go up, and then it'll like trickle back down, and it'll go up, and it'll trickle back down. That's where I'm at right now. I don't know what's happening. It's like so weird. It's very bizarre. But yeah, I'm like stuck under 5,000 followers, even though I feel like I should have been past that, but it's all good.
Yeah, probably. I know. And then like certain people have like huge following on there, and then they don't have a lot of following on like, their streams or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah.
how is that? It's such a weird, like, you can't get people to like from Twitter to come on to like YouTube to watch the streams or what. I don't know. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, you have to broadcast to Twitter, otherwise you're fucked.
Well, we're on Twitter right now. I don't know how it's doing on Twitter. I haven't been, I didn't pull it up. I just kept the YouTube one up. But oh my gosh, this has been so much fun. So we're gonna expect you back soon.
Yes,
because you're gonna let me know.
Soon.
And yes. We have Rumble and Odyssey too, and we can live stream to Rumble too. So if you want to do a rant to Rumble, we can always do that too. We'll set you up, and you can have I think you can have like your own like channel through like the way the thing is set up. I don't know. Steve.
Yeah, on Rumble you can. Absolutely.
Yeah, we can set you up with your own, like, you don't even have to be under like Fiercely Authentic. Like you can be able to do it that way.
Oh wow.
Because it's like $10 a month or something to stream to Rumble. And like we're like, we'll use whatever platforms. So, if you want to stream that way too.
At least they don't censor us yet.
Yeah, they haven't
yet.
They haven't yet.
Yeah.
About the merger.
I know they're merging with NASDAQ.
Yeah, Rumble's weird.
Rumble. I mean, and and yeah, but I'm like, whatever, I'll get the word out
there too.
I'll get the word out to as many platforms as I possibly can for as long as I can.
Yeah, gotta do it.
Let's go. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you everybody. Yeah, follow us on over on Twitter if you're there.
Yeah, man.
Where's our little thing to go out? Oh, there it is.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
We love you. Hit the like button, please.
Hydrophil cuts through my neighborhood. Somehow that always just made me feel good. And I can put a spare bulb in my hand, light up my yard. Late at night when the wires and the walls singing tune with the din of the falls. I'm conducting it all while I sleep to light this whole town.